then it means you have attained excellence. So whenever I talk about purpose, put excellence. Let's go through a text. I would have wanted someone else to read so that we have participation from everyone. I have a very short time. Matthew chapter 17, verse 24, 27. Anyone interested to read for us? Matthew chapter 17, verse 24 to 27. All right. I will read. Looks like there is no volunteer. Oh, okay, there is a mic.
Matthew chapter 17, verse 24 to 27. And when they were come to Capernaum, they that received tribute money came to Peter and said, Doth not your master pay tribute? He said, Yes. And when he was coming to the house, Jesus prevented him, saying, What thinkest thou, Simon? Of whom do the kings of the earth take custom or tribute? Of their own children, or of strangers? Peter saith unto him, Of strangers. Jesus saith unto him, Then are the children free. 27. Notwithstanding, lest we should offend them, go thou to the sea, and cast an hook, and take up the fish that first cometh up. And when thou hast opened his mouth, thou shalt find a piece of man. That take, and give unto them for me and thee.
Thank you so much. What does the church say for that reading? You see, many times when we read this text, we are drawn to a Jesus who does miracles. We are drawn to see Jesus doing an amazing miracle of getting a coin out of a random hook. We talk about that, and that becomes the main thing. We talk about the faith of Peter. Peter going out there at Jesus' word and casting that hook into the water to get a fish, because he has been told you will find a coin out of the belly of the first fish that you catch. That speaks of faith. But allow me today to speak about the fish. Is that okay? I'm going to talk about the fish, pick about 6-7 points about the fish, and then we pray we'll be ready for our program. You see, this fish had no prominence. This fish was not involved in this thing of paying. It had no role. It was not its business. But there was a problem that needed to be addressed. And sometimes in life there are problems that need to be addressed. And the answer to those problems, sometimes they come from people who have no responsibility or no connection whatsoever to that problem. So God uses the unnoticed. If you consider that the fish was not famous at all, the fish was not famous. It was just an ordinary fish among a host of fish. And there was nothing special in its appearance or anything. It's just that something was put in it. Sometimes our value, we mistake it, thinking that we are it, but forget that something that is put has been put in us. We'll touch on that. So at times, that quiet church member or that quiet person seated there may be carrying the answers to a lot of the problems that we carry. That family member, that employee or co-employee that you are with may be the one that is carrying the answers to the problems that you carry. Yet quietly just mind their own business. They may look feeble or weak. 1 Corinthians actually chapter 1 verse 27 says, God has chosen the foolish things of the world to put to shame the wise, and the weak things to put to shame the things which are mighty. And the second point is that this fish carried what it did not create. The fish did not create the coin, but it carried the coin, which was an answer to a problem. How often we find ourselves boasting about the resources that we have, the gifts, the talents, the abilities, yet we forget that these things were put in us. We claim credit for the blessings that we have. We become proud of what was put. We forget the source. And in the same way, God can place value in your job, in your skill, in whatever you do. God can place value in that which you look at and you're like, you know what am I among all these people who have got this and that? What am I? What can I contribute? But God places value in that which seems unnoticed or of no value at all. But what got me a bit worried was the fact that creation was able to obey God. Yet man who is made in God's image cannot obey God. The fish, you see, this fish obeyed God from inception until the frying pan. I'm saying frying pan because for them to access the coin, the fish had to die. You realize that the fish had to die, they had to cut it open and then get the coin. Perchance it became relish that evening. But it was addressing a problem that was not its own. The taxes that were needed were not the fish's problem, but the fish brought its answer, yet it was taken to the frying pan. There are times when we will achieve excellence, however, through a route of pain. And we may not get the credit for the roles that we have played. Sometimes God will allow us to die without celebrating a fulfilled purpose or excellence attained. We will die, we will experience pain, we will suffer. And that's okay. Because excellence entails that we play according to the purpose that God has laid out for us. We often think that when you follow God's dictates, then everything will go out well for you. Then you will have a happy ever after kind of a life. But it's not always the case. Some people were burnt in stakes. And it may be okay still. It may be okay that you do everything that God requires from you. You make the right choices based on God, and you choose the right career based on what God requires, and you never get it. Can I say that again? It's easy for us to think that we have attained excellence because we have become rich. As was said, it's possible that you may be rich and not attain excellence. We said excellence is about sticking and meeting and fitting into the purpose that God has set up for you. So you may attain the riches of this world or do well and be celebrated, yet you are not in God's purpose, hence you have not lived a life of excellence. The flip side is also true. You may attain excellence but never get to receive the accolades from this world. But it does not mean that you have not attained excellence, as it will tell later on in the day of reckoning. Let everything that has breath praise the Lord. Everything. Creation obeys God, like I say. Remember that day they said the winds and the waves, they obey him. But mankind fails. Mankind who's made in God's image cannot obey God. Mankind is struggling to attain excellence, but the rest of creation is able to hear his word and do as he pleases. And so God positions you for a purpose. God positions you for excellence. Where you are, God wants you to attain excellence by fulfilling the purpose right where you are. So that fish was not just randomly chosen. It was placed at a specific place for a specific purpose. So where God has placed you, there is a specific purpose why God wants you to be there at that point in time. Attain your purpose in that position that you are in. So your life can be a solution for someone. You may not attain the dreams that you have for yourself. But as long as you meet the purpose of your maker, you would have attained to excellence. And the question that I want to leave with you, will you be like that fish that allows itself to be used to address human problems, human challenges? And even if it means that you will not attain the dreams that you had for yourself, but as long as you abide by the purpose that God has set out for you, you would have attained excellence, and a greater reward awaits you. You know, we struggle so much about silver and gold in this world to a point that we divert from our purpose. But did you know that the same gold is just pavement in heaven? The little gold that we tussle over here on this planet, I'm not saying we should not go after it. It's okay, we need to, but as long as it's within our purpose that God has set out for us. Because that is just pavement in heaven, it's nothing. So there is a greater purpose in life than just attaining this and that. While we seek to attain this and that, let's not lose our greater purpose, which leads out to excellence, which is in us abiding as per the decree of our Father. Shall we close our eyes? Father, we thank you for speaking to us. Thank you for reminding us that you have a special purpose for our lives. Help us, Lord, to just put into that program that you have set out for us. It may be frustrating at times, it may be painful without any recognition, without any tribute. But Lord, remind us as every turn that as long as we stick to what you have set out for us, we will have attained excellence. And those that attain excellence, who grow in maturity in knowing you, will be rewarded tenfold. Be with us, Lord, even as we continue with this session, and help us not to lose sight of our purpose. In Jesus' name we pray. May God bless you.
Ubaba uDlodlo touched on the first one. So bucket number 1, I call it belief. Belief. What you believe. And this has to do with the fact that you are not going to achieve excellence, be fulfilled, and be successful unless you start with God. It's really that simple. I put it to you that none of us decided when we were born, right? You were not in that discussion. Baba, you didn't say, Mom, I don't want to come out now, please, on the 14th. No discussion. I want you to know none of us are going to decide when we exit the planet. You can't say, you know what, I want to quit now. What makes you think that you are in charge between when you are born and when you die? What makes you think you can do whatever you want? There is somebody guiding your space. And that's what Ubaba Dlodlo was saying. Purpose. There's a reason God put you on the planet, made you come out of a Moyo family and made you be born in Cholocho. There's a reason. There is a reason. You must seek to understand that. And that's what I mean by the bucket of belief. If you are not aligned with God's purpose, He has no responsibility to give you the resources you need to achieve anything in that space. He's only committed to His purpose. You got born, He's allowed you to live, He's going to call you. During that space, please understand what He wants out of your life. It's absolutely important that you fill that bucket, what you believe. We know Scripture says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, a right stand with Him, and everything else will fall into place. All of us have phones that have an operating system, isn't it? You have a smartphone, it's got an operating system, and then applications, apps, and all that. A computer is an operating system. MacBook will have an OS, and Android will operate on different things. I put it to you that my understanding is that God, in creating this universe, He put an operating system. And that system works when you seek first His kingdom, the place where He has domain, and you have a right relationship with Him. Then the operating system allows everything to operate. That's my understanding. So if you are not in alignment, like what Lord was saying, in His purpose, the operating system will not operate. So get your belief system right. Understand that you must put God first. So that's bucket number 1. So you must consistently be, filling your faith bucket. I'm not talking about just going to church, having a relationship with God at a personal level so that you are in sync with what He wants. Like Ubaba Dlodlo said, you can have wealth but still not fulfill God's purpose. And then on the day of reckoning, He will say, I actually have nothing to do with all these things you are showing me. I wanted you here. So that's a very, very important bucket. And don't be cheated by people you see in the world who have a lot of wealth and success and you think that's where you go. Get your relationship right with God. So bucket number 1, belief. Bucket number 2, I call it identity. Who you think you are. A lot of us struggle with careers, with certain things, because we really do not understand who we are. A lot of us describe ourselves by what we have achieved, or by the mistakes that happened in our lives or that we did, or by our skin color, or by where we were born. And Ubaba Dlodlo will be a typical one. Who are these hardcore matibili? You know those kind, like Odlodlo, labo Khumalo. So they'll walk around feeling that I'm a Khumalo, I'm a Dlodlo. No. You were born in that family, okay, in a Khumalo family. Who are you? If we go past the family that we were born in, who are you? If we go past the degrees that you have, who are you? If we go past the career achievements you have made, who are you? You must understand, if you are a manager like my brother is an executive, when you get home, they don't say, exactly, please, you are not known as an executive at home. That's what you do at work. Don't confuse that with your identity. Who does God say you are? So your identity, who you think you are, matters. If you think you are a nobody, You will approach life apologetic. God says you are wonderfully made, irrespective of the mistakes you have made, the challenges you have faced, the family background you have, the things you have achieved or failed. See your identity in the light of what God says about you, not your relatives, not your parents, not your teachers, not your company boss. So identity. So we lose it sometimes because we don't know who we are, and we describe ourselves in the context of our problems or our family or our skin color or where we come from. Identity. So consistently challenge yourself about, who am I? Who am I walking around saying I am? Am I saying I'm an orphan? I'm this, I'm this, I'm that. That's what happened to you. It's not who you are. That's a very important bucket to continuously fill, because our minds naturally default into defining ourselves by our family, by things that happen to us, by our height, by our skin color. Move away from that and understand that your identity must be found and formed in what God says about you. It's a very powerful paradigm that you must have in your head, because the world will throw all kinds of things and tell you are too short, you are too fat, you are too this, and you walk around with that identity. And identity is destiny. Who you think you are will determine how far you think you can go. Bucket number 2. Bucket number 3 is knowledge. My sister said knowledge is what? Knowledge is power. What you know will determine how far you go. You need, and I'm not talking about having masters and a PhD, you must follow Babu Kaule and go to NAST and do all those amazing things. But that in itself is not enough knowledge. How many of you have friends who've got master's degrees? Please raise your hands. Okay. Do they live in houses that look different from people with no master's degrees? Do they walk around looking very different and happier than Tineslama 5 O levels? So having knowledge does not necessarily mean you will change. It's what you do with the knowledge. So knowledge is not really degrees. Knowledge is knowing how to navigate life, knowing the things that matter in life, knowing how to build relationships, knowing how to forgive when you need to forgive, knowing how to love, knowing how to step back. Knowledge that transforms your life. You need to be knowing things, knowing how to relate to people of a different tribe, different color, different gender. Sometimes in emotional intelligence, we call it social skills. The ability to relate to people who don't like you, who gossip about you. Are you able to have the emotional intelligence to relate to them? So you need knowledge. What you know will determine how far you go. If you are ignorant, you will have problems. I'll give you a good example. When I went to work in Harare, my PA one day asked me, seeing you come from Bulawayo, does it mean you carry a knife all the time? And this is an adult, I said, oh, so, says, yeah, because people in Bulawayo always carry a knife. And I'm his manager and he's finding out, because I come from Bulawayo, is it possible that I also carry a knife like all the people in Bulawayo? Do you see how ignorance can kill people? So we also can have our own ignorance about white people, about this situation. Liberate yourself. Get to know different things so that you can take advantage of many things. So that was bucket 3. And bucket number 4, I'm going to run through these, and probably in the discussion we can go into details. Bucket number 4 is skill, what you can do. The other one was knowledge, what you know. This one is skill, what you can do. Now, it is important to understand that it's one thing having knowledge and information and data. It's another being able to convert it into value by using it to get something valuable. And this is where my Zimbabwean people are a challenge. We have one of the most educated population in Africa. And yet we walk through potholes every single day. You have somebody with a PhD and the gate of their house is not fixed. There's a window that just needs putty, which is not fixed. He's got a PhD. He cannot turn that PhD into value. That explains why we have a lot of graduates who are unemployed and are not doing anything with their knowledge to monetize it. So they have the knowledge, but they don't have the skill to translate that knowledge into value for themselves. So they then complain the economy is not absorbing us. I finished school, I've been out for 3 years, etc. I have a lot of respect for that. When I grew up, you went to school, finished school, did college, finished college, went to apprentice or something, got into a job. It was automatic. Now the economy we're in, you can go to school, finish, and nothing happens. You do a master's, nothing happens. You do a PhD, nothing happens. But we need to get to a stage where you say, what do I know? How can I turn that into value for myself and for other people? It's a skill. And these kind of seminars is where we then help you translate your skill. A lot of us are undervalued. You know, you're being paid less than you are worth, but you don't know how to leverage the extra value that you have to make money for yourself. So skill. And this is the one bucket I'm very passionate about. And I've experienced it myself. A few years ago, I was a high flyer in a company, and then the company was not making enough money, so we got retrenched. So I was one of those who was thrown out in 2015. I want you to know that that's the best thing that ever happened to me, being thrown out of a job. I then realized what value I was. There's a whole long story. You must ask me after this. I then realized that, you know what? These guys have actually been shortchanging me, and I set up my own business. Right now, I don't want to be employed. It doesn't matter how much you offer me. I do not want to be employed because I'm able to unleash the value I have and control it myself. Skill, converting your knowledge into skill. And then the 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth bucket is network, relationships. One of the things that will cause you to succeed is when you have relationships. Your success has to do with somebody opening a door somewhere. There's no one who is successful by themselves. In fact, nature shows us that you can never be productive by yourself. You know? If I decided I'm not going to marry, but I'm going to have 12 children, but I'm not going to have a relationship with a woman, can it happen? Never. Trees cannot produce unless there's pollination. There's no productivity or growth without a relationship. So having relationships is not an automatic thing. At church here, have relationships. Make sure your relationships at home are also okay. Not everyone will love you in your family. We all have some uncle who is a bit wired. But try to make sure you have reasonable relationships at home with some of your members. Have relationships at school, have relationships at work, have relationships, have a network. Sometimes we call them high impact, high value relationships. 3/4 of the success I enjoy in my business is because of relationships. I think I'm here also because of relationship. I met Mr. Mkandla, I don't know where. And sahlangana usasebenza Delta. So we met at Delta, we're doing team building or something, and we've been in touch since. I've been to his child's school. Where is that boy? Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, I took a whole picture. I still have the picture with him. So I went to school, then I've done some stuff. Now I'm here. It's relationships. I've done some stuff with PPC, courtesy of some of these guys. I want you to know that network is something you can't live on autopilot. You must, do you know, I've learned a new habit, and I can pass it on to you. Every now and then, every month or 2 months, I go on my contact list, and I go to almost anyone and everyone I remember and say, hi, I was just checking on you, how are you doing? Hi, I was just checking on you, and how are you doing? And I can do about 30 of those. And you know, the responses sometimes make me cry. Because the guy will say, wow, you thought of me. I just lost my dad last week. I don't know how you remember that. And I didn't remember it. I was just checking on them, trying to continue to have our relationship at the right level. Are we together? So we all have relationships. Guys you went to school with, just check on them. Some are overseas, some are all over. Check on them. Find out how they are doing for no return whatsoever. And somebody will tell you, I'm actually coming to Zim, I was in the UK, can we meet for coffee? You meet for coffee, an opportunity may come out of that. Absolutely important, guys. Let's build relationships. I can tell you, this is one of the buckets that has helped me. Skill and network. And I live on networks all over the world. Now, we'll probably get to that. One of the things you must do for the adults, build your network online. Your LinkedIn must be good if you're a professional. And then find some other social media platforms that you can build a consistent network of a certain value. People must know who you are. I've already posted that I'm here. And a lot of people will be saying, yesterday I was talking to ZPC at ZITF. People say, so what do you do? So what were you doing there? So can you come talk to our church? Can you do this? Already it's blowing out because I've created a network and a presence online that says, this is who I am and this is what I do. Life is not complicated. If you start with God first and He puts you in the right area and you are following His purpose, like Ubabu Dlodlo said, everything falls in. Okay? God commits to His purpose. And all these principles begin to work. So that was network, the last two. The sixth one is the resources, what you have. Start building resources. When you say resources, you think, it's these big people who can buy houses and buy this. No. Start having valuable things of your own. For the young people, just look after your smartphone. Make sure you have a good smartphone that you don't throw all over the place, because you can do a lot of transaction and build relationships with that smartphone. Don't invest in useless things, and I don't want to give examples for the young people because you might not invite me back. There's some things that I see young people putting money in, and they spend money which money they could have used for something else, but because they want to fit in, they want to look the part. Yes, look the part. But ask yourself, what could I do with this money if I didn't put it into airtime and data and this and that? What else could I do? Okay, there are many options I can tell you. There's things you can do as young people. But have resources. For the adults, you may not be able to buy real estate, houses and what have you. But go back to the real area and find out where you grew up and find out if you can get a piece of land and get a cousin or someone to do tomatoes. And there's just so many opportunities, especially in Zimbabwe, agriculture and things like that. There's just so much we can do while you're still working wherever you're working. But you need to find these ideas so that you build resources. The last one, last bucket is a reputation. You need to build a name. And I'm not talking in a vain sense so that people say, yeah, you've got a big name. You need to build a name that commands respect, that attracts certain positive things. You need to build a brand. In marketing, we call it a brand. People must associate you with certain things and things that are valuable so that people will know, if you want this, you must get in touch with so-and-so. And if people hear that so-and-so will be there, no, let's go. If he's there, it means. So you need to build that. And you start from high school. You need to build your name in the family, in the community, at church, in whatever space you are in, and online, for the adults online. This will help you in future. I was talking with my brother, I think Ubabu Kaule. Some of us are now in the departure lounge. You know those guys who are in the departure lounge, over 60, like, they're about to take off, like, we're in the departure lounge and we have a different pressure from young people. You're asking yourself, what will happen when I'm 72? Do I stay here? Do I go a kaya? How will I support myself? What will be the quality of my life? Will my health sustain me? So we have our own pressure that side, okay? But what I'm saying to all of us is, begin to build your name. Those of us who are working for a company, begin to co-brand. That's something I learned. I used to work for an international brand. I won't say a name because we're live streaming. But I realized that there is the Keith Haywood brand and this brand that I work for. And I made sure both brands had visibility and were associated with something. So when I got off that brand, people could remember, so you are Keith of that brand. So it's important that you build your name. And social media and online has given us an opportunity unbelievable. I've been able to do some jobs with people I've never met in my life, ever. Some of them I meet when we come. A good example I always give, some lady wanted a strategy done in Nyanga, and he had been watching me online. Then he said, please, can you come and do this? I said, I'm in Bulawayo. Coming to Harare and Nyanga, I'll be too expensive. Let me link you with other people in Harare there, and you go. He said, no, 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 no. Are you available now? I said, no. He said, I'll wait for you. And I'd never met her. And so she waited. Eventually she said, come. So I go to Harare. I arrived there, and I don't know her. So I said, how will I know? He says, no, I know you. Again, on social media, use one picture. Don't use fancy pictures so that people can remember you. I can tell you a whole deal about how you do your profile and what have you. Okay? When you are happy one day and you think you want to show Highlanders, don't do that if you are a brand. Just stick to. Anyway, so I get there, and the lady walks up to me and says, yeah, okay, Mr. Haywood, let's go. So I said, you are the one who said, yes, okay. We go into the car, we go to Nyanga, we do this thing, we finish, you pay me, I come back to Bulawayo. I had never met her in my life. Why? Saw a brand online and was willing to pay top dollar for something he had never touched. So it is possible, guys, to build a reputation. And you start young. Remember, the internet doesn't forget kids, okay? Doesn't forget. All this, if you put rubbish there, when you're my age, it's going to remind you, say, oh, you can't get that visa. You know why? When you were 16 or 14, you said something about, women or men or this and the other. You posted that. So it means you are anti this. So please manage all that because the internet doesn't forget. So those are the 7 buckets I wanted to share with us. They're a model of how you can sustain your value. I really believe that when God created the earth, he put a system. That's why we have an ecosystem, we have a solar system, we have a blood circulating system. Everything is based on a system. So if you seek God first and a right standing with him, that system kicks in. And there are certain things you must basically obey, relationships and what have you, and things will work. Mom's Kali, where are you? I'm going to stop here. Unless you want me to continue, but if I continue, I'll start singing. So you don't want me to continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haywood. And for the record, the presentation that has just been done will be flighted on our YouTube channel. I would advise you to revisit it, especially those who did not take notes. You can revisit it from the comfort of your own home, go through it, and make use of it. Our next speaker is Elder K. Nuku. Mr. Nuku, thank you. While he's coming, P, can you help us with the song?
others were members of CPA, and so forth. So I'll be sharing with you 3 different disciplines in my world: accounting, finance, and information systems. I come from the traditional school of learning. O-level, A-level, university, blah, that's the traditional school. But I will share with you both the traditional school and a more applicable current approach to learning that I would advise you to consider. So, in a nutshell, I hold a master's qualification in accounting. I hold a postgraduate diploma in education. I hold a Bachelor of Commerce degree in accounting. I did my A-levels donkey years ago, 2002 to 2003. I don't know where many of you were during that time. I also did my undergraduate between 2004 and 2008. I did what are known as articles of chartered accountancy between 2004 and 2009. So the same time I was doing my studies, my undergraduate degree, same time I was going to school, I was at work. I was working during the day and then schooling at night. So I didn't have a social life. That's who I was. Because this is what I wanted. I had made a decision that I want to be an accountant. I knew the route I had to do to get there. I knew the cost I had to incur to get there. And the cost was killing my social life at a very, very young age. I'll emphasize that. At a very young age. I could afford to do it at a young age. I can't afford to do it now at this kind of age. So at a young age, I made a decision to go to work during the day immediately after my A-levels. And then after my work, at night, I'm in class. And this was my journey for 4 to 5 years. In my professional career, I became the head of internal audit at a particular organization. I also was a deputy bursar in charge of finances at another organization. I am currently an academic lecturer at a university called Solusi University. So you say to yourself, chartered accountant, then now you are a lecturer. Yes. Yesterday, for those who were there at church, you'll have heard some testimonies where some people jumped into one field and eventually went into another. For me, it was deliberate. I had a heart to be an accountant, yes. I went up the ranks, I enjoyed the time. I was like, enough is enough. Let me train young kids to go into this field as well. So this is where my heart is now. I am a chartered accountant, but my heart is in training people to get into that particular field as well. Apart from my lecturing life, I have another life as well. I'm a consultant. You heard the previous speaker saying that you should be able to monetize your skill. You heard the speaker saying that the gift that God has given you, the skill you have, whether it is a classroom, whether it is your vocational skills, metalwork, woodwork, whatever skill, you should be able to convert that skill into $1. So outside the classroom, in my private time, I have another consultation, not only locally, but even outside the country. I do some consultations outside the country. So I use the skill which God has given me to monetize myself, because here's a painful truth about our economy. You will not get the true value of your skill in formal employment. That's the truth, right? And God says, if you have the skill, use the skill to the very best of your ability to make things work for you, your family, and yourself. Because the sad reality is, in formal employment, whilst it is good and it is important, it should not be the start and end of your career. So outside my classroom life, I do consultations, I do trainings, and that's where I get the extra cent or two. And like the previous speaker said, that's how I get personal recognition, both locally and globally. So these are the other skills that I possess. I'm a corporate trainer for accounting standards. I'm also an internal control consultant. So if you're a private organization, an SME, an entrepreneur, and you need somebody to help you set up an internal control system, I can assist you with that, of course, with a very, very healthy fee. Right, what else do you want to know? So this is who I am, and this is a journey I took. This is who I am, and this is a journey I took. Now, let us now discuss what is available for you in the world of accounting, finance, and information systems. What is available? I've already said to you that I come from the traditional school, but I'm going to present to you a non-traditional approach, an approach whereby you have to be alive to the realities and the demands of today's life. Well, you can decide to be a chartered accountant like I am via the ACCA. You can decide to be a chartered accountant via the ICAS approach, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe. You can decide to be a chartered accountant via CIMA. You can decide to be a chartered accountant via what is known as the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. You can decide to now move into the area of finance and become a CFA. A CFA stands for a Certified Financial Analyst or a Chartered Financial Analyst. Or you can decide to become a computer-based system auditor. So these are the avenues which I'm here to share with you. There are many other disciplines you can do in life, but from where I come from, these are the avenues I want to share with you today. The first avenue, suppose you want to be a chartered accountant via ACCA like I am right now. This is the avenue to pursue. If this is what you want to be, a chartered accountant via the ACCA. You write about 11 examinations. You write about 11 examinations, which you must clear. 11 sounds like a small number, but it's a very demanding exercise. So you do 11 examinations, you clear these exams, you become what is known as an affiliate accountant. Number one. Number two, as you heard the previous speaker talking about emotional intelligence. How do you handle people who are not like yourself? So throughout your journey, you obtain these particular skills as well. You also obtain information systems and AI skills. This is where we are now. In the world we're in today, information technology and artificial intelligence is a skill that you cannot do without. Some of you are going to be carpenters. Some of you are going to be metal workers. Some of you are going to be engineers. Some of you are going to be nurses. Whether you like it or you don't, artificial intelligence and the use of technology is now the way to go. So whatever discipline you are going to choose in life, whichever approach you are going to take up, artificial intelligence and information technology is now part and parcel of your skill set. You must obtain it. So this is the ACCA route. Suppose you want to be an accountant via ACCA. Suppose you want to be an accountant via ICAS. Suppose you want to be an accountant via ICAS. This is another avenue available. It is your choice. Your starting point, unfortunately, with this qualification is a first degree in accounting. Now, we do know that the people who say, we don't need degrees, and it's true, others don't need degrees, they can do without degrees. But if your heart's desire is to be a chartered accountant under this branch, then there is no negotiation. A first degree in accounting is where you begin the discussion. After you complete your first degree, you now do what is known as a CTA program. After that, you do the Articles of Chartered Accountancy. This, by the way, I did immediately after my A-levels. But with this approach, you have to do it after your degree. That's the slight difference now. Then you write what is known as an initial test of competence exam. And finally, you have a final qualifying exam. You go through this process, you will get the title of being a chartered accountant under ICAS. That's another approach you may decide to venture into. Suppose you want to be a member of CIMA. Now, CIMA is slightly different from CA. CAs, like myself, are historical in nature. We use historical information for you to make decisions. That's who we are as accountants. But CIMA accountants, they are futuristic in nature. They take the information which accountants have constructed for you and use that information to make future decisions, predict the future, to be able to see what's going to happen tomorrow. They are called management accountants. So suppose you want to be that accountant who wants to be able to predict tomorrow's events, who want to predict events after 2 years, after 3 years, after 10 years, then the qualification to go for is the CIMA qualification. The ICAS and the ACA qualification is for you to use historical information. But the SEMA qualification is for you to use or to predict the future financially. That is this qualification. It has 3 levels: the operational level, the management level, and the strategic level. There are a total of 12 papers you must write, and you must complete them if you want to be a member of SEMA. The pass mark with SEMA is slightly higher than the others. The others, their pass mark is 50%. That's the pass mark, 50. SEMA is 75. Anything below 75, you have not passed. You repeat the course again. Right. The reason why, let me tell you the reason for that. If you want to be an accountant, I'll tell you, with all due respect to other professions, there are 3 professions globally that are regulated. The word regulation means you are controlled. People are looking at you. 3 qualifications. This is the accountant, because they handle your monies, the lawyer, because they handle your legal life, and medicine, because they handle your natural life. So these 3 particular professions, they have an extra demand upon you for perfection. That's why they say they want the cream de la cream only. Pass mark 75. You go through a gruesome training over 3, 4, 5 years, because they only want the what? The cream de la cream. And we are inviting you to jump into this boat of the cream de la cream to be the best of the best, because you'll be entrusted with very precious things. That's why God says that when I entrust you with things, if God trusts you with little, He can trust you with much. And this is what this field requires us to do. Then we have another type of accountant. This one is called a public accountant. I'm sure some of us have heard of BCC, right? BCC? Bulawayo City Council? Harare City Council? Right. Those are called public organizations. Public organizations look after the social needs of you and me. And these kind of public organizations also need accountants as well. So there's a separate training for that kind of group of people, known as the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Zimbabwe. So if you find yourself working for the BCC, the Harare City Council, the Gwanda Municipality, the public organizations, your Mater Dei Hospital, your what's the other hospital by the way? UBH, Mpilo, those are called public entities. And they have got a different reporting requirement. A different set of accountants are needed for those kind of organizations. And they go through a separate type of training. Some of our parents work in these hospitals, and you have envied working with your parents in these hospitals in an accounting position. You will need to go through a separate training for that as well. So for you to be a member of ICPAZ, there are 5 ways you can do it. The first way is if you have 5 O levels. If you have 5 O levels, how many? You can make a decision and say, I want to be an accountant. And from that point, you can jump into what is known as Formation 1 stage. If you have got 2 A levels, you can go straight into what is known as Formation 2. If you have a degree already, if I'm talking to people who already have a degree, they can decide to say, let me jump into Professional Stage 1. If you have a master's degree and you still don't know where to go in life, and you discover that, I can go into public sector accounting, but you have a master's degree, then you will be allowed to go and start your training at Professional Level 2. So this gives us so many avenues at a tender age or at an adult age to jump into the world of public accounting. Now, whilst accounting is a very high demanding area, truly it is, it's an open area for many people. You can change anytime you want and jump into, because there are so many avenues available to you. So this is the accounting side. I told you I'm coming with 3 disciplines: accounting, finance, and information systems. So I've shared with you the accounting side. Let's talk about the finance side. Many people have a misconception that accounting and finance is one and the same thing. Even the way we employ our people, we say we're looking for an accountant, they must have a degree in finance or a degree in accounting. It's a misconception. Allow me to set that record straight very quickly. These are two different fields altogether. They are very, very different. As indicated, an accountant uses historical information, but a finance person is trained to manage what are known as investments. He's trained to manage other people's monies and make the monies grow into more money. You heard what Jesus said, cast your bread upon many waters and they will come back, isn't it? That is what a finance person does. You teach you how to put your money far and get your money back with interest. So the qualification for that is the CFA, the Chartered Financial Analyst. Generally, it takes about 3 to 4 years to finish this qualification. It is made up of 3 levels. Now, I know it's not very clear, but I'll summarize it for you. Level 1 is where you come in with your A levels. You jump in and you do 10 courses in level 1. 10 courses in level 1, ethics, mathematics, economics, finance, equities, investments. Level 2 is a repeat of level 1, but now at a higher stage. Level 2 is a repeat of level 1, but at a higher stage. And then level 3, you do 7 courses. This is the advanced stage of your finance qualification. If you finish these 3 levels academically, then you have to do 3 years of working to get the actual experience. If you want to work at a bank, you want to work in an insurance company, you want to work at a finance house, those are the areas that you are best suited to train. Now, somebody said earlier today that networking is very important. Now, many of our CFAs in this country got into the field of CFA because of networking. It's not easy to break into that particular area. They have a friend who works at a bank, CBZ, ZB, you name it. And they say, hey, Nomtanami, who has just started the CFA qualification, he's on level 2. The bank will say, bring him over, let's train him quickly. So as you are doing your CFA level 1, 2, and 3, you are also getting hands-on experience. That's why it is important to network, because in this country there are very few CFAs. I think there are less than 500 CFAs in this country alone. And in terms of accountants, I know there are many people with accounting degrees, many, I know there are plenty. But for somebody to say, I'm an accountant, there are less than 2,000 in this country. Less than how much? 2,000 registered accountants. I'm one of them. And Beacon of Hope, I think, has got 4 or 5 others. I think 4 or 5 of us here at Beacon of Hope Church who are members of ACCA. We're part of that 2,000 club. Very, very few of us. Suppose you want to be an information system auditor. Basically, the CISA qualification, right, is a renowned qualification for achieving IT-based auditing. We are now in a world, for some of you who read the newspapers, I'm sure you came across an article a few weeks ago of a lady who went to court because she stole $14,000 via EcoCash. I'm not sure if you saw something like that. So this qualification helps you pick out those kind of thefts where people can steal money using your mobile data, between the two, and how to manage the two. So what will you learn from related skills? Now, these are various avenues that you can decide to take. I'll repeat them one more time as we come to the close. You can join the world of accounting, you can join the world of finance, or you can join the world of information systems. So all these 3 fields are now related, because even in the world of accounting, we teach our accountants to know artificial intelligence. We teach our finance people to know artificial intelligence. We teach our auditors to know IT. This is where we are as a global community. As I conclude, I want to now share with you local pathways that you can consider now as individuals. I've shown you the qualifications. I've shown you what they can do. Now I want to show you how you can get them. I told you I work at Solution University, right? So I'll take advantage of this and share with you what is available there in light of these 3 areas I've shared with you. For those of you who are in your O levels, right, or have finished your A levels, but let's just talk about those who are in O levels and want to have an early start to your career like I did. At a very early start of my career, at age 17, I started training as an accountant. We are offering you a diploma in information systems and artificial intelligence. Your admission point, 5 O-levels, maths and English. Yangena. 3 semesters, you are done. 3 semesters, for those who don't know, it simply means 1.5 years. You'll be done. So assume you start this September, it means December next year, you'll be done with the program. The diploma in information systems and artificial intelligence. We also offer a diploma in financial accounting. Some may want to jump straight into the field at an early age like I did. And when you jump into that field, you learn the technical skills early on. And you learn these skills and you can use these skills to jump into the profession once you complete. There is also a diploma in international auditing and assurance. Again, entry point is 5 O-levels, including English. You are good to go. 3 semesters, you complete the program and you'll be employable immediately at a tender age. Why at tender age? It gives you more life in the industry. Starting at a later age, well, it has its own challenges. Then other qualifications, I won't talk much about them. These are now the business degrees, the science degrees, and the health degrees. These are not my area of expertise, but I'm just letting you know in case it could be somebody who wants to venture into the area of health sciences, engineering sciences, business sciences. They are available as well. So this is where I will conclude. I think I've got 5 minutes left, and I promise that within the 20-minute framework, we'll open up for discussions, clarifications, questions, and we'll move on to the next speaker. Otherwise, thank you for this short time.
Thank you, Mr. Nuku. Are there any questions within the 20 minutes that was given? Or Mr. Hayward?
The salary structures I have seen so far, the ones I have seen, in this economy, a good one, fair, is where we're talking of 21,000 a month, US. That's what I've seen so far. That's the highest I've seen so far, 21,000 a month. Globally, outside the country, we are talking things like 200,000 rands a month, how much? I think I saw one in Botswana going for an entry level being 80,000 pula entry level per month.
Okay, in the event that you are digesting the information that you've been given, feel free to interact with Mr. Nuku. And if you fail to do that today, feel free to approach us. We'll get you connected with Mr. Nuku for more information. I think you will agree with me, this is information overload today, right? Right, I have attended some conferences. When we are getting so much information overload, they say we need to have they call it a smoking break. Today we are not going to have a smoking break. Yes, we are going to have a health break. Can we all stand up? All of us, let's stand. I'm not so much into exercises, but I know when we stretch ourselves, we allow more space in our brain. So let's start stretching. We stretch, we stretch, we stretch, we stretch, we stretch, and we yawn, and then we sit down. Okay. For our next program, Can we have Mr. K. Spanda Wanel? Oh, sorry. K. Love. Sorry, sorry.
Morning, church. How are you today? I'm worried. Is it because of the camp meeting? The energy is low. The energy in the room is low. Are we tired? Are we hungry? Are we worried? We're okay. Oh, you are cold. I'm so sorry about the cold. It came out of the blue. We thought summer was here. But hey, life is like that, unpredictable. Church, you would agree with me, as the esteemed speakers who have been here have said. A job, a career, a purpose, living for something is all that we're all about as people of God. Look at it this way. Mr. Nugu just said, my brother has just said, you become an accountant, you get 21,000 plus. Life transforming, life changing. Maybe not only for yourself, for your family, for all those who depend on you, for your country. A career can also be political. Look at the ambivalence in SA. The politics around immigration turning into xenophobia. You see, that's how important careers are. That's how important. So I'm very excited to see the church getting into this area. I'm excited to see the church worried about building people, building purpose, building community. You look at it, we're a nation in mourning right now. Things are not working. What's the unemployment rate? Unemployment rate? Yes. 90% of our people are not working. 90% of talented, gifted, knowledgeable, expert Zimbabweans are not working. And that's a tragedy. That's a big, big, big tragedy. And then you ask yourself, Africa is a young continent already. We have the majority of young people all over the world. If 90% today are not working, what happens next year? What happens in 2030? You can appreciate the challenges that we are facing as a country, as a community, as the church. And the church has to get into this space to try and help. And I'm glad that today you, as Beacon of Hope, have decided to give hope to the young people. Let's give hope to the young people. At times they get lost because they have lost hope. Ubaba Dlodlo has told us already, let's keep the faith. A solution is always there. Let's bring ourselves to our Maker. Let's bring ourselves to God. A solution would come. Ubaba would have said, let's define ourselves. Who are we? We are families. We are Bulawaians. We are Zimbabweans. We are Africans. I believe I was tasked with coming up with a talk on the AI world and careers. AI world and careers today. But then I realized it would be maybe talking from the air to begin with AI per se, without laying a foundation to our talk on AI and what AI is doing to the world. So I decided to come here today to challenge you, church, to challenge us. And I'm very pleased that the challenge has already been thrown. Keep your faith. Define yourself. Find your expertise, as Brother Nokoya said. What are you good at? Show us, show the world. The world would reward you. So today I want to take you through, very quickly, through the history of technology, the present and the future of work. The history, the present, and the future of work. In all this, I want us to appreciate the season that we are in, the AI season, and how we've come to be here, and what this means to each and every one of us in this room. I had a brief look at the Bible to say, what does God say about jobs, careers, and what we should do about our lives? I was drawn to Ecclesiastes 11:6 in the NIV, and it says, sow your seed in the morning, and in the evening let your hands not be idle. For you do not know which will succeed, whether this or that, or whether both will equally do well. So sow your seeds in the morning, in the evening let your hands not be idle. So you can see even from back then, even in how spiritually, work has always been uncertain. Careers have always, there are always challenges about what to do and what not to do. So then I want to challenge the house to say, let's be strategic about how we position ourselves, how we do things, what we study, what we choose to do. And I will take you as far as the first revolution in the 70s. That is when we start to see capitalism develop, when we start to see technology come to the fore. First, even out there in the developed world, it's just villages. It's just people working crafts. It's just people working cottage industries. If you decide to do stools, you are doing, so you have some foundry behind your backyard. If you were making butter, someone was doing this in their kitchen. That is in the 1700s, Britain, America, wherever. And then there is the Renaissance and this age of enlightenment. And then the scientific knowledge discoveries with the Einsteins and everyone. The steam engines, the harnessing of physics to make steam engines, steam locomotives, steamships. Then that changed society then from being purely agricultural. We now had what? A factory system. Now people could go to work. Now people could be paid in a factory system. So at that time, you can see the changes. Technology brings in some transformation of society at any point. So from working at home, you now work in town. You are in a factory system. And from there, we go on to the second industrial revolutions in the 1800s. And then this started with the invention of electricity. When men knew when discovered how to harness electrical energy. And again there, you would find some very famous names. People like Henry Ford coming onto the fore, the beginning of the assembly line, the making of motor vehicles on a massive, massive scale. The people like Edison, the invention of the light bulb. And again, that accelerated production of things. Instead of the day ending at 6 with sunset, you now had night shifts. People now working nights. And again, that changed the careers. Now you begin to have mechanics, electricians. We come now to the 1900s, the invention of the internet, the technology, the computers, the transistors. And then again, that transformed the society in a massive, massive way. You find that we now talk of the Asian tigers, the Asian countries building massive economies at that point. The transformation of China. You recall, I know the elder generation would know this. 1980, the Zimbabwean economy was far bigger than the Chinese economy. In 1980, China was nowhere near our country compared to today. China is a superpower, and we are nowhere. But then they rode on this, the internet revolution, the computers, and then used that to build their own export industries. And again, during that time, that's when you talk of the people like our own Strive Masiwa coming into the fore, coming up with Econet. And you'd agree with me, Econet has really transformed our country. It has been a backbone of this country. But it all started there with the internet revolution, the mobile revolution. People like Koos Baker starting what's the South African one? MTN. Yes. And then with the invention of things like M-Pesa, the mobile revolution, the EcoCash, where EcoCash came from, you see. So technology is always transforming society. Then from there, with these things blowing up like that, there's also, again, a change in the careers on what people could do. More and more sophisticated jobs came online. Now we had telecoms engineers coming in there. So at every point, there is that transformation that technology brings. And that transformation, if you are very strategical, you can harness it to change your life, to change your community's life, to change your country's life. And this is the challenge that I'm throwing to you today, to say, what season are we in now, currently, in the 4th and 5th industrial revolution? And this is now the AI age, the age of artificial intelligence. And you can see now from where we have been. First industrial revolution, we're only talking of one technology, the steam engine, the steam technology. Second industrial revolution, we're talking of electricity, one thing that transformed society at that point. Third industrial revolution, the computer revolution, the internet, the mobile revolution, the coming in of people like Steve Jobs, Steve Woz. But right now, the difference with those other eras, life now is changing at breakneck speed. The change is just so fast-paced. And why is that? Why is that so? It is because of the many technologies, the many tools that we have now. One of them being artificial intelligence. The other ones being, I'm inviting the house. The other ones being artificial intelligence. What else? Artificial intelligence. What else? The young people should know this. Yes, my brother. Data. One big thing. We now have loads of information around us. The quantum computing, the kind of power that the computer systems have now, far, far more than at any age before this. You see. So now we have lots of these technologies that are coming up, transforming life. And what they are doing is they are automating the world, giving us expertise that was not there before. A car now can drive itself. Loss of life is massive. Just through the click of a button. So this is the current situation we are in now as a people, faced with these massive technologies. And then you'll find careers are also changing. Some of them are being wiped out completely. Like which ones? Which career does not exist anymore that used to be there? Like which ones? Typing. We no longer type. You speak to your gadget. It gives you what you want, you see. So with this, then, before we even can begin to speak about artificial intelligence, what is it about these people, the Strive Masiwas, the Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, what is it that positions them in this vein, in this stream, that they can ride these waves and get massive returns from these things? And one thing that I want to challenge the house on. First, Brother Nuput, you would not take me to task, I hope. I want to compare the GDP of Africa with the market value of one American company, NVIDIA. GDP of Africa, how much do we produce, the 54 countries of Africa combined? Yes, Babunga. Yes, thank you, Mr. Our 54 countries, our output as 54 African countries, about 3.3 billion to 3.6 trillion present. This is all we are producing from South Africa to Cairo. Market value of NVIDIA currently. How much is that company valued at? Let's take a case. NVIDIA, or even companies like Apple, We don't have data. Let's Google it up. Let's Google it up. Let's Google it up. It's all right. NVIDIA, Apple, even Google, Microsoft, any one of them. Please repeat that, sir. 4.47 trillion. Yes, my brother. NVIDIA 5.49 T's. Thank you. Compare with the GDP of Africa. So one American company is equal or almost twice all what we are producing in Africa. One company in America. And what does that say? It makes me want to cry. It breaks my heart. But at the end of the day, I ask myself, where are we going wrong as Africa? This is what we have to address, church. And we can't address this until we address careers, purpose, and individual assignment. We can't address this until we talk like excellence, until we talk expertise, until we talk application and execution. And these people are not standing as we are trying to build. They are moving even further and further and further away from us. So it's important that it's a very, very opportune time that as church you decided to tackle this. And I'm saying, church, if we are serious about this, I heard Umkwana say this is not a one-off. Now is the time for the church to become a school. Now is the time for a family to become an academy. Now is the time for the community to think about training and skills and skilling, to look at education, to look at how we are raising our kids. Because we will perpetually be slaves to the world. Sizabe lokhu sixoxwa ngezenophobia ze-South Africa, sixoxwa ngezenophobia zizavuka phela la kwezinye indawo. You can see the American policy where it's moving to. Anti-black, anti-Africa. We need to build Africa to be a happy place. But before that, we need to build ourselves. Then we need to build Bulawayo. Industry liyana kula muntu ozasakhela abantu bakithi. No one would come and resuscitate that industry if we don't do it ourselves. And all this comes back to skills. All this comes back to training. And maybe let me pause here and ask this question. Given your free will, given every resource, given a choice, which do you think is the most lucrative sector? Ungenzani wena right now? Where do you think you can go? Which job, which career, which field would you pursue? There's no yes or no, and there's no wrong answer. So let's discuss. At times it takes someone to be brave. Let's be brave. Yes, Mr. Ncube, I like your bravery. Mm. Ngicela limnike i-mic Mr. Ncube. Yes, Mr. Ncube, I want to hear your contribution. If you may retake.
Babundlovu in the house, what I was saying is we are very much underdeveloped as
Yes.
Africa. Yet we have got the best resources in the world, natural resources. This is why I was saying maybe if we can concentrate on engineering, engineering will assist us to develop, talking about industries. I think we need a complete different mindset altogether about what development is, because at the moment we are just we consume things. We just consume. We are consumers of all products in the world. But yet we have got the best resources in the world. You go to Japan, they are not mining anything, but they produce. And I think the biggest problem maybe is in Africa, we talk about names, we talk about people. But now if I can ask the house, who is the president or prime minister of Japan? We do not know him. Where does Toyota come from? Where does Land Cruiser come from? I think maybe we have to have a new mindset. And we need a complete paradigm shift, in my view.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ncube. Simnikeze mic. Maybe someone to run with the mic in the house. Thank you.
I think in terms of careers for money, I would say let's all be CAs and get 22,000 US dollars a month. That won't help Africa though, but we'll be rich. I think anything to do with data analytics, anything to do with AI-driven technologies, if we had our own Silicon Valley, where young people are given computers and they just crack problems and create apps and all sorts, I think that's where the money is. That's where the future of Africa is. I think to go back to manufacturing cars, we won't compete. So we need to go into this AI-driven technology and see how we can leapfrog where the rest of the world is.
Thank you, Mr. Haywood. And at the back, thank you. Maybe someone to run with the mic. Yes, brother, Nuku, then Nukulos Zakunika Sisekune.
Okay. You know, from what you've just shared, I quickly just Googled this NVIDIA company. I'd never heard of it, but I'm sure I've used their products. Now that he was saying we've become consumers. And I wanted to go back to the verse that you read. Our issues are starting from very far. It says, wake up and sow. If you talk to any parent, Katesi, we are struggling to get these young people to even just get up out of bed. Even if you look at how we grew up, when our mothers were saying, we didn't understand. And they also, I think they didn't explain very well that when you wake up after 5, you are already behind. You will be chasing your tail the whole day. These days, when you look at books that are supposed to be motivating us, they call it the 5 a.m. club. To say people who become anything in life, they wake up at 5. But most of us, we look at that as punishment or as a sign of lack of good living. If I've got a good life, then I should be up at 9. So this is just a challenge to our young people to say, waking up is not punishment. Lord, don't even laugh like that. It's not punishment. And even those gadgets that we are holding, this NVIDIA company, they are saying they do chips, games. Most of you are always on those phones playing games, making money for this company. And then we turn around and we wonder what exactly is going on. Yet, if I was to say, how do I create my own game that other people can pay me for? I think that kind of mentality would take us and our young people further than where we are right now. I see people are creating stories using AI. And then they make us, for you to know what happens at the end, you pay $1.99 or something like that. Seems like it's a small amount to pay. But because they've built this suspense in you, you want to know how it ends. You think I've got $3 in cash, what is $1? But if we are 3 million who are reading that story, $1 times 3 million, in one day that person can be a millionaire. So it's just how we are using these things that are in our hands. Are we feeding other people, or we want to use it to develop? Let's have that question to say, how can this thing work for me? And also pray against the spirit of laziness. Let's get up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very, very, very powerful and important contributions from the three speakers. The biggest problem, the elephant in the room, they have highlighted, is our mindset, our way of thinking. And until we fix that, until we take care of our identity, our way of thinking, our way of doing things, we will be in trouble. We will always be in trouble. I don't have much time, but what I wanted us to come to is this equation. Strive Masiwa always says, master this equation and you won't go wrong. Innovation plus marketing less cost equals profit. Innovation plus less equals profit. In everything we do, careers, business, our life, we are trying to innovate. We are trying to come up with solutions to our challenges. Innovation is always about finding something to solve an existing problem. And AI and all these tools that are the IoTs, Internet of Things, quantum computing, blockchain, all these technologies are giving Africa a hands up. They are giving Africa that chance to catch up with the world. Do we believe we can transform this country into a jewel of the world? And does that take government? Does that take money? All you need today is a data connection and a laptop. And you are into the money. And how much does a laptop cost? The basic laptop. Basic, I'm not talking of high end. Basic. $200 you have a laptop. It may be a lot of money, but I would respect a young person I find in the street selling sweets to buy a laptop. Send by You are not anointed anything, but you can't be sent to the shops. When you want to send them, thank you, sir, you're winding up. Yes. Like you are saying, bavuka ngo-1 uthola umama nguye ocleanayo ekitchen. Awuzokuthiwa hayi laba khathesi awusoze ubabona. But at the end of the day, this is a very, very tough world. It gives no one any free rights. There are no free rights. And like the other speakers were saying, you have to be strategically positioned. Apply yourself. Go through many programs, sacrifice, build something. There's one thing about the Christian person. About the Christian person. I'm winding up. About the Christian person. We think everything is Father Christmas mode when we're in church. We just want to think things will be given out like that. But how did salvation come? How did salvation come? How does salvation come? Someone dies on the cross. So if ever you say you are dedicated to something, let's see that sacrificial effort. Anything you love should be met with that physical output. So until we bring that application of dying for something, of dying on the cross for our cause, for innovation, for skilling, for Africa to develop, we will cry. And it's nothing to do with the devil. He is minding his own business. So, church, the ball is in our court. It's a mindset thing. Let's apply ourselves. Let's look for the expertise. Bakhona abantu abangasinceda khona apha e-church to get to where we want to be. Like the story of the fish, there's someone there to sacrifice. Thank you so much, church, for listening. Keep your faith, keep working, keep believing. Africa will be there. It will be the age of the lion economies very soon. And I want to see you at the top. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ndlovu, for your presentation. And I'll re-emphasize all these people we have here who've spoken, they are still available even after this event. So feel free, if there are more questions that you needed to ask, or some questions that you will need to ask to know more, you can get in touch. We will help you to get in touch with Mr. Ndlovu and get your questions answered. The next program is the panel. We have the panelists. Can all the panelists please come forward? The panelists, can you please come forward? Mr. N. Mapuma. Okay. Can we also have 2 mics?
What's my power? One, two. Okay. The panel discussion is really what it is, a discussion. So you guys need to ask questions. You guys need to interact with the panelists. Our topic has to do with the future of work. Let me just say out there, no career is secure, no job is secure. AI will take your jobs. You will be struggling because of AI. It's the reality of the day. So we need to talk about this. For you young people who are starting careers, you might be actually in a career that will die. And for parents, please listen very carefully because a lot of things will change. Let me just get to our topic. Yesterday, somebody sent me a thing about work in the States. They want electricians. These companies, these Googles and what have you, they want electricians. And that's a space that's a bit strange. They want electricians in Australia, they want plumbers. And in the meantime, you want to be a CA like uncle. So I want us to ask real questions. You could be studying or thinking of studying something that won't work. And this gentleman here will help us. And why do you only have gentlemen? Gender sensitivity, please, this is not right. Oh, okay, is it? Please come and help us because there's too many men here. It doesn't matter, just sit here so that we have some ladies here. We'll make sure you don't answer anything if it's complicated. Okay, what we are talking about is the future of work. So industry leaders, which are us here, will discuss emerging career paths, which careers are coming up that probably were not in the traditional lane, artificial intelligence in the workplace, and essential skills for the next decade. What essential skills do we need for the next decade? So before we start, I'll ask them to take around and just introduce you to who they are. You probably know them, but their area, so that you know there's an engineer here, there's a what have you there. So if you could take the mic and just tell us a bit of your background so that they know what kind of questions to ask you.
Okay. It's now afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nkosana Mapuma.
One, two.
Right. My name is Nkosana Mapuma. I'm a sales and marketing professional. I've been doing this job for over 20 years. So any questions around that field, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Providence Ngube, and I am a computer scientist by education, but I'm a software engineer and a general IT person by profession. And I've been in the space for probably close to 15 years, but specifically in software, I've been in the software space for 11 years. And yeah, that's basically it.
Afternoon. My name is Nkululeko Mkandla. I'm an HR professional. I've been in this field for over 20 years now. I've worked for a few corporates. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Melusi Malaba. I'm putting on two hats today. I'm an HR professional and I've been in the field for more than 20 years, but also I'm representing the entrepreneurs in the room. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I am Trudy. I'm a medical doctor and a public health specialist. I've worked over 10 years now.
Good morning. Mukulu Pichi. I'm representing the construction industry. I cover several areas what you might need to know. Civil engineering, structural engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, quantity surveying, and architecture, and property management, and construction management. I specialized in construction management, which covers all the disciplines I mentioned. So I'll be talking about that. If there are any questions along that area.
Okay, so while you guys prepare your questions, I'm just going to probe a few things. The gentleman in software is very critical. I think you must ask a lot of questions there. Young people are creating apps for me, and I'm going to put an academy online, and these kids are just doing it behind in their bedrooms. And so we are quite keen to hear. I'll give you a few minutes to just give us an idea of some of the career options or some of the work or the skills we need to be looking at in terms of software engineering, etc. The other one are these two gentlemen on the HR side. I would like them to probe us by first telling us the jobs that are going to die and what it is that they look for in people. What should we be thinking of? What are the kind of people they recruit? Where do they see growth in terms of career? But let's start with you. Just give us an overview of what's available in this software stuff.
Thank you. So in the software space, it's a very interesting space and a fast-moving space. Fast-moving in the sense that new things come out every day, but the fundamentals remain the same. So in the software space, you can come in as a software developer, a programmer, or a software engineer. When we talk of programmers, we are referring to people who actually write the code. Basically, they are led by people in the software who are software engineers who know the general system architecture and what needs to be built. So a software engineer will then give you the task that you need to program. So you can be a front-end programmer or you can be a back-end programmer. Front-end being the people who specialize on what you click on. For example, if you go on your computer and you click on the software that you're using, that would be something that would have been created by a front-end engineer. Back-end engineering, on the other hand, are the people who run the computation, the business logic of the platforms that you're using. So when we speak of things like AI, the front-end engineer is the person who built what you interface with whenever you access ChatGPT and the like. There are ones, you've got your UI, you can also venture into UX, which is the user experience, where you work on the experience that a user has. How many clicks does it take me to get to a point to say, I have now sent money to so and so? The UX developer is one who will then come up with the flow to say, I want a person on EcoCash to have clicked maybe twice or 2 menus to get to a point where they've achieved sending money. So that's a career path on its own. And then using the example of your AI, you have got mathematicians who are working in the space of AI, who are creating the models, who are doing the maths behind the models. AI is a very predictive engine. So you've got statisticians who are working there. In the past, we used to use Google, where you would query and then Google will search the internet and then give you factual information. Whereas AI, on the other hand, infers information. It predicts what the answer is. Hence, when AI started, you had issues of hallucination, where you would ask AI and then it would give you information that if you did not know, you think is true, but is genuinely not true. So that has improved with time, obviously, but ultimately we are still having the same challenge where AI is predictive. So you will find that if you're doing maths, you can still get into the space of technology. If you're doing statistics, you still have got space. Databases, you can get into the space of database administration. Ultimately, the information that you are sharing is stored somewhere, whether in as files or in databases and the like. That's another career path on its own. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I can also touch on how AI is now affecting these career paths and others. Because of the nature of AI, at this point in time, the question is not will AI replace my job? But the question is, how can I become more productive with the assistance of AI? So the implication is, you should not be studying on how to become a person who knows how to use AI. You should still be concentrating on the basic knowledge of programming, accounting, mathematics, and the like. And then AI comes and accelerates you much faster. This is where we are currently as the industry in general. So the work that you need to do as a student, you need to use AI to help you learn faster and more. Because the requirement now in industry is, the barrier to entry is getting higher. So that means that if you're not using AI as a means to help you learn, you may find that by the time you get to the industry, you will be the one who will be struggling and end up being kicked out. So the long and short of it will just be that.
Yeah, two things to you. One, we should not use AI to do our work. We should use AI to help us do our work faster. I'm talking especially for students, where you, instead of doing the research, you decide, I'm just going to put it in there, whatever they give me. So AI is researching for you and giving you answers, you copy and paste. So you are suggesting that learn the stuff, use AI to accelerate your learning, not to learn for you.
Yes, not to learn for you. Okay. Because there's a big risk. It's getting less, but there are other risks that are also coming in as well. Okay. In that you will think that what the AI has given you is correct.
Yeah.
But it has missed a few things here and there. Because its inference has errors, basically. That's why you will find that when you're using, whether using Gemini, ChatGPT, they'll always tell you that AI is still just AI. It may not be 100% correct.
The other thing I needed you to address is coding. I know young people who have taught themselves coding. There's a young person at our church. He's taught himself coding and is able to do websites and all sorts. And he learned not at school, nothing to do with school. Is this an area where young people can jump into and start making money by learning how to code and build these apps and whatever? Is it doable, or do you need to go to university before you get there?
Yes. So you're right. AI at this point, the low barrier to entry is that as long as you've got internet and a laptop, you can generate a lot of these platforms that people are using. But now the challenge that we're having in the industry is that AI, so in the software space, we gauge productivity in terms of lines of code, right? So if you're working with a junior developer, as a senior, you then come in as the person who comes to review, do code reviews and the like, to make sure that things are being done correctly. The challenge with AI now, if you push the agenda of just using AI without learning the underlying principles, is that you will generate systems at a very high pace, millions of lines of code, but then you will not be able to review that. Also, because of the nature of the internet, you will develop your system or your website or whatever the case may be, but then systems on the internet can fail overnight. In the space of an hour, your system can fail. No one wants to use it anymore. Because maybe it got popularity by mistake, maybe on Twitter, someone mentioned that I used this thing. And then 100 people decide to shoot and go and start using your platform right away. It crashes right away. It looked good on paper, but the underlying architecture is something that did not work. AI is very good at coming up with prototypes. It will create a prototype in 2 seconds for you, but a prototype is not a live system. So those underlying skills that you need to learn are still important even today. But you creating these prototypes is a very good learning tool. And I would encourage young people to actually use AI and generate these systems, but at the same time use that as a learning tool.
Excellent. Are there any questions there? Please, if you have, just raise your hand. I want to come to HR. What career paths or what careers are likely to be in demand going forwards because of this technology? What careers are likely to die? Just give us a general overview of what you have seen. For example, I'll tell you in the bank, my wife was a bank teller. Now, when you go to the bank, there's 1.5 bank tellers there because we can do banking online. So the career in the bank, you need to think long and hard what you're going in for. Okay. But what's been your experience in HR? Who are the people who are crying the most and who are the people who seem to be thriving? You know, which kind of careers? I think we'll get perspective from both of you. So give us your experience.
Okay. I think as I answer that question, I'll start from a generic point, then I go to the specific points. So from a generic point, there are certain things that will never change. So one thing that will never change is customer service or customer experience. Whether it's whichever customer is you are talking about, that will not change. What will change though is how they expect you to continuously improve service delivery. So even if you are thinking about your career or you are running a business, that should always be something that you think about. That the way I serve a customer, the way I delight a customer is critical for me to be able to gain or a service or gain a job or whatever that you are particularly looking for. So now looking from a workspace point of view or from a jobs point of view, businesses also have one thing in common. They want to ensure that they maximize on shareholder value. If it's a private entity, if it's not a private entity, it also focusing on maximizing the value of the critical stakeholder whom they would have identified as the critical stakeholder. So any job that serve that purpose, in whichever form, that job will continue to exist. Or the requirement for that job will continue to be there to serve that particular purpose. Now the issue is you need to identify and say, okay, how do I serve that purpose? I'll pick from the issue of a bank teller. At the end of the day, people don't want to go there, queue, get money and whatever. People want to use money for the services that they want to use. Whether they are paying for DSTV, whether they are paying for their bills or for their... And they want to do that in the most convenient and most cost-effective manner they can do. And picking to the issues that he spoke to, AI then, internet, technology then makes it more efficient, that I can pay while I'm seated at home. Therefore, as I'm thinking about my career, as I'm thinking about my job, I need to focus on these things. As an employer, I'm looking at serving the needs of a customer. And when I look at serving the needs of a customer, I've spoken on the issues of efficiency, I've spoken on the issues of delighting the customer that I'm working to serve. I tend to focus on those things. Anything that reduces or impairs me from doing that, it's a no-no. So then going back to the specific issues, so you'll find positions like your bank teller, those positions will continue to serve. Generally, positions at the moment that can be easily automated, there are positions that are at risk. Some of them are already obsolete. But the question is, so which positions will then be required? There are things that will continue to be required. Human beings are unique. And if I can stand here and say, at the end of the day, AI will not replace people. Why? Because people need to apply their minds to solve problems. So when you are thinking about your career or you are thinking about a job, I think the biggest question should be not what job am I looking for? The biggest question should be really, what solution or what problems can I solve in a manner that satisfies me? So we need to go out there and think about the problems that exist, and there are many that I can solve in a manner that is satisfying. You can then also combine that with the gaps that are there. You can combine that with the money and whatever. But the key issue is, what are the problems? And at times, don't think too far. Even when we're at home, there are challenges that we're experiencing at home. Try to put that thinking there. Here at church, there could be challenges that are at church. Try to put that thinking there. Because you don't have to wait until you get to the employment age to then start thinking, okay, what am I supposed to do? I've had instances where people talk about employers ask for experience when someone has just finished school. That is unfair. But I tell you, that question is very irrelevant. You prepare yourself for a career as you are going. What we're emphasizing on is continuous learning, and get those opportunities where you are able to learn. There are skills that you learn, whether at church, whether at school, whether at home. Through, I think there's someone who mentioned the issues to do with internships, issues to do with volunteering, issues. Because what is critical is the skills that you acquire and the skills that you then apply. Problem-solving skills are critical. Communication skills are critical. Interpersonal skills are critical. In the divine service yesterday, the preacher spoke about some of those things. It's the skills that will not change. It's the skills that will continue adding value. Because at the end of the day, whether it's a business, all they want to say is, when I'm bringing Kandla on board, can I invest in him? And what value is he going to add? Companies or customers or suppliers, whomever we are dealing with, they are not our friends. They are not our family members. They are there for a purpose. And for as long as your work or your presence is not adding value to the purpose, you are not relevant. So you will then find even bank tellers that have migrated and upgraded their skills. Because the key issue is to say, okay, so what is the gap here? How do I close it? I think I'll answer it that way.
Any additions, sir, on the HR side, briefly? I'll come back to you on the entrepreneur. That's where I need more of you.
Thank you. I think Elder Mkandla covered basically everything. I'll just give an example of what I always tell my young people when I'm at work. I work with a team of fairly young people. So each time when we're doing our reports, I always say to them, I cannot produce a report that is better than yours. In other words, I'm trying to say to them, when technology comes or AI comes, it's the young generation that must embrace it and use it to their advantage. When you find me writing a better report than my officer or my clerk, then it means there is something wrong with the people that I have. 100%. So the important thing is that when AI comes, let's embrace it to improve on our operations. Okay? We have got most clerical jobs or data entry jobs. They are under threat because AI or technology can do most of these things in a second, right? We have been using graphic designers, almost all of us here. But how many people still look for graphic designers to do flyers and posters for church? Never. Because you can easily do those things in a second. So the most important thing is, as Christians, we must understand when the Bible in Matthew 5 verse 16 says, let your light so shine so that they can see your good works and glorify who? The Father in heaven. It means at every step of the way, we must be 10 times ahead of things that happen to us.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from there? I'm gonna just go around my panel so that they highlight a few things. There's a question. Doc, I would need you to tell us what you think is happening in that space. Should our kids be going for nursing and all that? Apparently, the nursing field is a job that's gonna be there for a long time. Partly because Okaule are now in the departure lounge, they would need taking care of. So, yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Mine is just an observation. I didn't know that we were a rich church. Because we get some of us have been paying to get our programs and
Yeah.
but here we're getting it for free. And at the same time, I'm just making an observation. Amandebele bathi amajodo awela abangalambiza. The people are supposed to come and benefit from here. The majority of them are not here.
Yeah.
It's just an observation.
Thank you. Thank you. Very right. This happens all over. I don't know if it's a Christian problem. Even at my church, the people who really need the help don't come to prayer. We who don't need the prayer are there at prayer. Okay, I'm going to ask Doc to just give us an idea of what trends are happening there, what is technology disrupting, what are some of the career options the young people can think of in the medical space, and then no engineer will also give us a little brief of what are the opportunities there, if any. Then I'll go to my brother on the marketing. Hopefully you guys will have a few more questions.
Okay, I won't preempt it because after the panel, I also have a talk.
Oh,
as
okay,
well.
okay, so don't say too much.
I'll just say a few things about medicine. Every time when people think medicine, think health, your first thing you think is a doctor, right?
Yes.
And then after a doctor, the next person you think of is who?
Nurse.
A nurse, right? But the field has changed a lot now. Providence was talking about AI, and AI is making a lot of changes in medicine now. We're now using things such as computer-aided diagnostic testing to actually assist in diagnosing and screening people more effectively. We had someone speaking earlier on about being a chartered accountant and things like that. More than ever right now, health financing, health economics has become very important as well. You have the pharmaceutical industry as well, where drug delivery, drug modeling is also very important. So I think one thing we need to appreciate now more than ever, everyone is now involved in a healthcare system. Yeah. It's a system. It's not about one individual person. So traditionally, we all know about the clinical medicine aspect where we work directly with the patients, right? And then you've got the diagnostic side of it where we look at radiology, we look at laboratory work, we look at nuclear medicine as well. And then you've got the public health and population side of it. I think a lot of people have been branching off into public health because it's more preventative. It's more of asking the question, how do I prevent any illness? Think about Zimbabwe right now, our socioeconomic challenges we face. We can't afford having people that are sick, can we?
Yeah, no,
how many of us have got medical aid here?
Yeah.
You know, so this is when that comes in as well. There's research in academia. We need people that keep on training the next generation. Yes, you're talking about departure lounges, but that's where you start getting a lot of academias. Even the younger people, you can literally say that, I'm going to train doctors. And you find a pathway just to train the doctors, and you're not even a doctor. The lecturers that are there, not every lecturer is a doctor. They come from different fields as well. And then technology and innovation, I've spoken about it. You've got the digital health, you've got bioinformatics, you've got medical devices, even the wearables. What are you wearing right now? It's a smartwatch, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it was designed by someone who doesn't have background in medicine? No. Someone with a background in medicine, someone, an engineer was part of it. 3 or 5 different fields came in to create this device. Yeah. So that's something you can also think about as well. I spoke about the pharmaceutical and biotechnology. Medicines keep changing every day. We start appreciating that there's new medicines that you can actually take that have less side effects for you. So that's where the pharmacists come in as well. And they don't work on their own. You've got a lot of other people that work with them. Management and leadership. I don't know why people think there are no managers in hospitals. They're managers. People need to be managed all the time. There's HR, right? There's an HR department. You have a department for procurement in the hospital as well. I think those are the ones who make the most money because the cars they drive.
Yeah, they get cuts.
Hint, hint.
They get cuts.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they're getting cuts or anything, but I'm just trying to emphasize that there's a lot that is happening within the health system.
Yeah.
Do not narrow it down and think that you have to be a doctor. You can literally go through procurement and go into the health field. You can literally do your MBA and become a healthcare manager. There are so many ways for you to come and support within the healthcare system. And then also there's things like working with NGOs. I know most of us about the NGOs. There's also working with disaster medicine out there. We have our triple burdens. You have your HIV, your malaria, your TB, and now we've got climate change. Who would have thought that medicine and climate change are going to come together? So if you're deciding to go do, is it metro? What do you call it? Those people who do climate. Yes, meteorologist. Yes, there's one. You also have a role to play when it comes to medicine. Why? El Nino is coming. When El Nino is coming, you already know there's going to be drought. What happens when there's drought? Nutrition. There's not enough food and access on water. So that's something you can think about. So there are so many places in medicine that you can think of: sports medicine, aerospace, forensic medicine. You can go into the police force, still link up in forensic medicine side. So don't narrow medicine and think that it belongs to a doctor and a nurse. There's a whole field and a whole generation out there of things you can do. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any questions there? So my brother, just give us an idea of what is going on in your kind of space, what careers, what things, and how technology is disrupting, if in any way.
Well, one thing I can say, maybe before I say that,
Yeah.
the comments about flyers and and stuff. I've got my brother Don there. He was already cringing, eh? Please let's support Don. Get him to design your
flyers.
Get him to design your flyers and your banners for church, eh?
Yeah.
So in market, let me start with marketing. Sales and marketing, normally it's used interchangeably, but let me start with marketing. There's probably no industry that does not rely on marketing. True or false?
True.
It's true, eh?
Yeah.
Not almost every industry relies on marketing. Doc was speaking about medicine. She forgot to mention that that system also has a marketer.
Oh, yes.
I remember I was once asked to do something for Matter Day when they were experiencing visibility issues. So marketing is the art of making your value visible, whatever it is. And because of that, it will always be relevant. The emphasis or the most important thing is how do you embrace AI to make that visibility more pronounced, to make that visibility reach a wider audience. But it is the art of ensuring that the value that has been created by whatever organization you work for or whatever product or service you yourself have, he's a product on his own. He has to ensure that within his space as
Consultant.
a consultant, his services are well marketed. He spoke of platforms like LinkedIn. You're a marketer, but you don't find yourself in those social media platforms. It becomes a problem for you, because how then do you ensure that you reach a wider audience? So social media, okay, let me just say AI or internet technology, social media and all those things are platforms that have been created for us to take advantage of and ensure that we bring the product or service closer to the consumer, one way or the other. The sales profession, on the other hand, is a discipline where we help people make the right decisions. Does that make sense? Okay, so the marketer has done all the work. They have made the value more visible. It's out there. You've seen the billboards. You've seen all that. Someone now needs to close that loop, right? You've spoken about, if I talk about industry or companies like Coca-Cola, companies like PPC, companies like Econet, when you now decide, or companies like Apple and Samsung and all those people, when you now decide to say, okay, I want a cell phone, someone now needs to talk to you about the needs that you have and help you make the right decision. What do you want to achieve with that phone? What do you want to achieve with that vehicle? Should you go for a Toyota, a Hilux, or should you go for a BYD Shark, because of the new green initiative. It's a electric car. It will take you A, B, C, and D. What are your needs? Someone now needs to close. So the sales profession comes in to help you make the right decision. I wanted to give an example of insurance. Many of us don't like insurance people when they come to speak to us.
Yeah.
We think they are fair.
Yeah, crooks.
But those people, those sales people are carrying a very important work to help you make the right decision, either about your life and the lives of your family or your assets. If you meet a very good salesperson, I was once a very good insurance salesperson, and I think I did very well.
Yeah.
When I was young, one of my first jobs that I did was insurance sales, life insurance for that matter, not vehicles and stuff like that, which is much easier.
Yeah.
But I had to convince you that you need to cover yourself. Oh, unfortunately, our economy did some other things, but I had left that profession by then. It's something that I have to do to convince you to make the right decision so that in the event of a disaster, you are well protected. So everyone in the sales profession, everyone in the marketing profession, I believe, although I've attended a seminar where someone told us that my profession is in trouble because of AI, but I believe the very fact that you can't trust a system, you can't trust an interface that you can't see, right? But you can trust me when I'm speaking to you.
Yeah.
The very fact that you can trust me makes my profession very relevant for a very long time. Yeah, you can do your research, nothing wrong with that. Technology will share with you some pros and cons of whatever you want to buy, what has happened with other consumers in the past. But when you now want to make that decision, you will need to trust someone. Yeah. And I'll be there for that. I think that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? We trying to... Yes, I'll come to you. And then after you, I'm going to ask you, sir, to speak about entrepreneurship. Our unemployment rate is at 80 something. So some of you, it doesn't matter how hard you work, you will never be employed in your lives. Okay? You need to pray hard in tongues and all sorts. So he's going to give us just a brief about the space of entrepreneurship, business and all that and what's happening. And then I'll ask Mr. Kaule to also give us an idea of what are the spaces in engineering and construction. Ne? And then if there's any other question, we'll take it. Otherwise, we'll end at that point. So let me hear my brother here.
Actually, I wanted to ask him about entrepreneurship. Oh. Now that he's going to speak, I'll ask him after.
That's good. That's perfect. So guys, entrepreneurship, it's a very... There are opportunities and there are opportunities. And if you ask for my opinion, if you want to be an entrepreneur, my prescription and Vusi Tembekwa's prescription is that you must work in a business somewhere first. Don't say I'll leave college and start my own business, mean and for anyone, I'll do my own thing. I can tell you, you need to learn systems. So say, just give us an idea, entrepreneurship from selling tomatoes to starting Apple.
Okay, I think I've got a slot somewhere in the program as well. But I think the most important thing when it comes to entrepreneurship, the starting point is to identify an opportunity. Okay? But before maybe I talk about that, let me go back to what is just said. For you to be able to start and run your own business, you need to have some bit of experience. Yeah. It could be running someone else's business. Yeah. Because you can't just jump into the deep waters. Because at the end of the day, if that happens, it means you may take all your investments, put them into your business, because you don't have any clue of how to manage your business, how to manage your finances, how to plan, how to sell, how to do your costing, saving, this and that. Your business will what? It will fail. But the starting point in every situation is to identify where there is a gap in the market, is to identify the problem. Your duty is to then to try and find out how that gap can then be closed. The biggest problem that we normally do is that we start businesses because we've seen someone else running a business and it is successful. And then you also then go on to start the very same business that someone is what? Someone is running, right? You did not do any due diligence. You did not do any problem identification. That's why we all find ourselves in a business space that is already congested, because we think that if someone starts a spaza shop, all of us should do what? Should do the same thing.
Yes. Amatamatisi, chickens and whatever. I'm glad he's going to go more on that. Ask Babu Kaule to just give us an overview of what are the opportunities so that later you can follow through what goes on in construction.
Thanks, Mr. Haywood. I won't be long. It's a vast area where I am in, actually. So many degrees involved. I can mention them about, there are more than 8 from the construction world, engineering world. You can Google them and find out which ones are there. And all I can say to you is, you'll never go wrong with the construction industry.
Yeah.
Because roads are being built, houses are being built, bridges are being built, dams are being built. Kunengi. Landscaping is being done quite a lot. So there are many disciplines within that, but most of them, whilst you are at school or you are yet to decide which field you want to go to, in my world, you should have in maths, physics, and chemistry. Those are the major S's for now, because you should be able to calculate. There's a lot of calculations, and you should know material compositions and the science part of it, of the materials and the fabrics of the materials. You ought to know all those. So without the sciences at A level, O level, A level, you may have a problem. Though there are some degrees like, I'll say property management and land surveying, which is the other one. There are 3 or so. They really, we are not fussy about those, but you should have geography. Geography becomes the main subject. Of course, with maths, because calculations is there as well. There's no material science in it. So basically, really, I cannot go degree by degree because I can spend the whole day.
Yeah.
So all our request is, maybe you can see me later. I will go into details about what you require in that area. But before I sit down, all I can say is that industry, I cannot say there will be a time where it will be useless. You manufacture, you construct, you maintain. So right through the lifespan of a structure, you'll be maintaining it, and your services will be required. Also, you may not need to be employed. You can start your own business as a consultant, as long as you have the right qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaule. I think question yako uyayifuna ngathi uzayifreeze sekhulume more about entrepreneurship. But if there's something that's coming up, you can ask now. All right. So what I can also say is that e-construction, farming, mining, those kind of areas are going to continuously be areas to go into. We'll always need food. Mining will always take place. Construction of one way or the other, engineering will always take place. Agriculture. And I think there's a point he made. A lot of you young people, when you finish school and you apply and they say you don't have experience, I do a lot of recruiting. If you come to me and say, at church I volunteered during the holidays and were responsible for this, and then I went to another company, I volunteered, I was there, this and that, that counts for a lot of experience and your attitude to us, the employer. So, holiday, don't go play games. Come at church with when I volunteered to clean and to clear and to arrange this. If you include that in your CV, it puts you ahead of the guy who's got, I'm a 1-1, what you gonna know, I just finished and I'm brilliant. Okay, so the experience is not being employed, it's volunteering from church to community to everywhere. Sir.
Thank you. Ms. Dimara, is it possible to tell somebody who wants to be an entrepreneur to tell him what kind of business he must get in? Because I remember when I was still leading this empowerment organization, after meetings like this, people come to you and say, what kind of business can I do? Is it possible to do so?
Okay. In other words, can I come to you and say, I'm blank, I want a business, can you give me a business idea? And please invoice them whenever they ask that.
Good question, Elder. The answer to that question is yes and no. Okay? Yes, in the sense that is the reason why we've got business consultants. That is the reason why we've got coaches. That's why we've got mentors. Okay? Just telling you what business you can start without me finding out from you where your interests are, it becomes problematic. Okay? That's why when we're talking about business coaches, a business coach is someone who unleashes a potential in you. Okay? They ask you questions. They don't give you an answer, but they ask you questions until you get to a point where on your own, because of those questions that were being asked, you can say, okay, fine, I think from our discussion, I can go this route. It's a bit dangerous for me to tell you that, do this. But because of the discussion that we can have and the question that we'll be asking, you can end up giving an answer yourself to say, I think I can go this way. So the important thing is we need to mentor people, we need to coach them, we need to give them consultancy, but at the end of the day, I must get into something that I have got an interest in.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, if anyone wants to start a business, come see us, but expect an invoice after that. We will help you figure out, and then we'll invoice you. Babu Kaulo will say one or two things.
I forgot to say something. Even in the construction industry, we interact with all other disciplines here. We do need HR. We do need marketers. We do need the medical world, because I cannot put up a hospital without knowing the type of equipment they want to use. So that shows EAI apparently is even taking the design element. It may not calculate about the moments and everything else, the weights and whatever. It may not, but it's there. Even as an architect or as an engineer, you still need to have an idea of how a computer, because anyway, we're using computers, we're using our softwares, and the AI is part of it. And it's a need for us to be well equipped in those areas as well.
Thank you. I think we're going to stop the panel discussion at this stage. And after that, Sizatelu talk to take a session immediately. Let me just say that I remember one guy who is a millionaire. I can't remember where this is. I need to Google it. And they asked her, if we took all your money and asked you to start again, what would you need? He said, if you can give me a good smartphone, I can rebuild my million. Smartphone. That's all he wanted. Said, give me a smartphone, a good one, I can rebuild my millions. The point I'm trying to make, a lot of you are holding your smartphones here, young people, right? Go to Meta and say, how do I make millions using my smartphone? Meta will give you 5 ways of doing so. Today, not tomorrow. And then you start. Angicho. So there are so many opportunities. So I'm going to release, let me have a word from Babumkandla, and then I'll release the panel, and I'll ask you all to stand, and we exercise, and then Utok will take over. That's okay, Ma'am Skadi, right? Thank you. Babumkandla.
I just needed to maybe emphasize as we close on maybe 4 issues which I think are important for particularly the young people.
Yeah.
So number one, as we speak about careers, we also, I want to emphasize the issue of competence. And when we talk about competence, it's a broad spectrum which requires you to have skills, knowledge, and whatever. But what I want to emphasize on that element is the issue of attitude. Because attitude, at the end of the day, is everything.
Yeah.
Having an open mind, having that ability to be curious, to want to know things, to be able to take risks, to not to avoid. I know at times we want to appear to be too smart, that we don't want to ask questions because we appear like yeah. So at this point, particularly when we are young, just have this open mind, ask questions, and seek to understand a lot of things. I think quite a lot of presentations have made about various industries here. So today, research about marketing, research about construction. There's quite a lot. Research and understand. Just have the attitude to learn. There's also the issues that were spoken to. I want to emphasize that the issues to do with character. Whether you are running your own thing or you are running it under someone else, character becomes something that helps people to either trust you or not to trust you. So you must be able to build and guard your character as much as you possibly can. Because at the end of the day, it defines who you are. It also defines how far you can go. One thing that I want to also emphasize, I know he did mention about that, networking. For example, let's say you were inspired by marketing. You can start researching on marketing organizations. You can become a member of these institutions. Yeah. You start learning whether you are a student member or you are this and that. What is you are pursuing your academic careers, you are also working on the professional aspects in terms of associations. And there are many. Whether you want to do, you are into engineering, there's a profession on that. Start learning there. You are linked to that. You join this and that. You start appreciating issues in that particular industry. You don't have to wait for someone to come and tell you. Yeah. Use the technology that you have. And then over and above that, continuous learning. Yeah. At the end of the day, if you don't change, if you don't learn new things, you will be extinct. One thing 100%. That is never going to change is change itself.
Yeah, 100%. Steve Jobs says, stay hungry, stay foolish. Okay, stay hungry, stay foolish. Okay, Doc is going to take over now, but I can see you guys are physically here, but mentally you are probably no longer with us, right? So I think your church has good discipline. Mine doesn't. So what I'm about to say, I hope you guys can do it. I want to give you a 5 minutes break, but you can't leave the campus. Is that possible? At my church, if you do that, you will have 3.5 people left. So you guys, I know you are disciplined. So we'll give you 5 minutes. Stand up, stretch, go to the bathroom, walk up and down, and come back. And as soon as we say we are starting, please be here. Then the doc will have you fresh and okay. So this is like 12:54. So I want you here by 12:59. If you don't have to go anywhere, it's fine. Just stand, talk to the next
put your hands down. Those who put their hands down, why don't you want to be a doctor?
No, it's only because I've chosen a different career path. So I, for one, hate blood. Yeah.
Good to know that because there is a lot of blood there as well. Someone else here?
Because there's already a doctor in our family.
There's already a doctor in your family, so you're not going to be influenced. That's a good one. That's very good as well. And when people say, and from the young ones, how many of you guys have gone to preschool or primary school on career day dressed as doctors? Doctor and nurse, anyone? Okay. Did you decide to go dress as that?
Yes. Yes. Me, I decided. Because that's the costume I had.
Nice one. See, simple. That's the costume she had. It's not wrong. That's why she went as a doctor on that day. That's the costume she had. Someone else raised their hand. Who else went dressed as a doctor or a nurse? Yes. Why did you go dressed as a doctor or a nurse or any healthcare professional?
Because that's what I want to be when I grow up.
That's what you want to be when you grow up. Why do you want to be that?
To help people get better.
You want to help people get better. Those are good responses, right? So it varies. One person doesn't want to be a doctor because at home there's already what? Another doctor. Another person went to career day wearing their uniform because it looks nice. Let's be honest. That lab coat, those scrubs, yeah, they look really, really nice, don't they? Yeah. And how many of us watch TV shows? What are your favorite medical TV shows?
Good doctor.
Yeah. Well, I hear house. I hear what else? You like the lab coat. You like the scrubs. Did you just say that? The TV shows. Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to talk a bit about my career, about what motivated me into going into medicine. And why I was asking that is because most of the time we're influenced from an earlier on life. Sometimes we think it's a calling, we think it's a passion, but there's a lot of involvement of our environment. It's our parents that at times can push us to a certain direction, maybe because their dreams didn't come true, and they think, look, this one is going to be the one. It's the one who's going to raise the family clan name. It does happen. It's a fact. Let's not hide from it, right? And then also at times, something simple as that, the uniform looks pretty. That's it. I'll tell you a short story. My little sister was asked by my mom, what do you want to be? She said, I want to be a nurse. My mom went and said, I'll buy you the nursing uniform. Be serious with your life. Because the reason was, Yufuni uniform. And my mother went and bought her the uniform. And my mom was like, does that make you a nurse? Does that make her a nurse? No, it doesn't work that way. So we're just, like I said, we're going to have a short discussion on my career journey, what motivated me, some of the realities of the medical profession. And I think also like every child in here, my career choices change over the years. There's a time I wanted to be a news reporter because I was watching CNN and I saw this amazing reporter giving feedback and I thought, yeah, this is me. The next time I was watching some medical detective show, that, yeah, I'm going to solve crime in this world. Next time I was watching Suits. Have you ever watched Suits, those lawyers, right? That, I'm making a mistake. Me, I'm going to be a lawyer. That's what I'm going to be as well. And then, I don't know, those who are my age group, do you remember Baywatch? Do you remember those people running on the shoreline, going to save someone and diving in the water? You're right. I wanted to be a lifeguard as well. But one thing that remained constant, I will not lie to you, was always medicine. For me, medicine has remained constant. And I'm just telling you this because as a child, as you're growing, your career keeps changing based on what's influencing you at that point in time. And it's okay. It's not bad. Don't feel bad about it. You're still discovering yourself during that period in time as well. So, although I didn't become the lifeguard, I didn't become the news reporter, I didn't become the detective, though those who watch Chicago PD, I think me and Voight, I could have been Voight at some point in time in my life. So, yeah. So this takes the story to my father. My father and my parents become very important because I think my father realized that in these conversations of what do you want to be when we grow up, truly kept on changing every single day based on what she's saying. Then my father was just like, hi. My dad loved using the word, use your common sense. He's like, Hiwen, use your common sense. You can't be everything. You cannot be everything. You have to start making a decision now. And one thing my parents wanted was to make sure that the decision I make is not based on what they think I want, what I think they want me to be, because this is a lifetime decision. Are we together on that? As children, are we together? Parents, are we together on that? So, yes, it's like you can't watch Grey's Anatomy, House, and all these programs and think that you're now a doctor. And when you watch those shows, what are the medical terms you usually hear in those shows? Yes, that's the word stat. What other words do you hear? Scrubs, right? What other word do you hear? Yes? Couple. What other word do you hear? You can shout it out. I cannot run around. What other word do you hear? Pneumonia and things like that, right? And then usually the scene is always set where? In the casualty room, where someone is in distress, people are running, there's chest compression, people are telling you clear, charge, give this person epinephrine. Exactly. I was waiting for that word. Code blue. But then I realized something. When my father spoke to me in that manner, I noticed that this can't be medicine. So my parents, both of them are in the science field. My father was more inclined to engineering, my mother being a lab tech. They got me mentoring. I shadowed doctors in Greece. I don't know if now there's new detergents to remove glycerin on your fingers, but at that point in time, spending time with my father in the garage, I realized that, Dad, you know what? I think medicine is still calling me. And I left that, and I went to the medicine route of it. So now when we talk about medicine, I realized one thing. Nothing prepares you for medical school. You will get your traditional science subjects. You will do your biology, you will do your maths, your physics, your chemistry. That's all done. But that is not enough to get you to med school. Are we together on that, right? You've got your subjects, you passed. You get into the corridors of medical school and you realize that everything that you ever saw on any TV program is not real. Because you're not in that environment, you're in Zimbabwe. Are we together on that part, Aunt? I will have code blue, no one rushing across, things like that we usually see. So it differs on that aspect. And as I got there, I started realizing that it's not enough anymore just to be that child that just knows that I know my formulas, I know my mathematical equations. Now there are a lot of new subjects that are being introduced. There's anatomy, there was bioorganic chemistry. There's a lot of interesting subjects that came along. And year by year, I started to evolve as well in medical school. I'm not going to talk about the late night hours of studying because obviously you need to study, guys. I'm not going to talk about cramming. I'm not going to talk about walking to the exam room without sleeping because I just knew I had to ace the exam. But it was not just an academic issue. You had to evolve as a person. Because medicine introduces something that I never thought about, something that we all forget, human suffering. This is one profession that you're going to see human suffering at its utmost. No one talks about that. You talk about, I want to help a person, but do you ever talk about what it means to see a person suffering and what it does to you as an individual? That was something that really changed me. So when you say I want to be a doctor, we think about just treating the disease. We don't think about what it means to sitting in front of someone who's frightened. We don't think about what it takes to tell someone that a diagnosis is changing, that their life is changing right now. We don't talk about the cancer diagnosis you have to tell a young person who is now thinking that they've got another 15 years ahead of them. And that changes the whole world. So there's a whole lot that goes into it. And we don't talk about what it means to lose a patient. We keep talking about we want to save lives, which is correct. We intend to save the lives, but at times it doesn't happen that way. We don't talk about that. That's what it also means. I remember the first time when I had to tell a family that you have lost a relative. Do you know, it's not easy. It's not easy, especially when you're young. I think we're in our late 20s there. You have a family sitting in the room. How do you tell them that their relative that seemingly was stable is no longer there? You say they've passed on. Where did they pass on to? You have lost them. Go find them. No, but it's true. Those are the things that you're not fully prepared for as well. And you discover that being a doctor is not just about prescribing medicine. Sometimes you're a counselor, sometimes you're a social worker, sometimes you're giving advice with very little to do with the prescription you're doing. As I'm saying that very early on in my career, you had people coming in with marital problems. You are thinking you're prescribing something for a flu, someone is breaking down about their marital problems in their life. You're not married, and you're thinking, what do I do here now? There's no prescription for this. Those are some of the things you need to look at. And depending on the community and culture you work in, there's also the God question. Do you know what the God question is? Doctor, why is God allowing this to happen to me? How do you respond to that? Do I start saying, no, as an Adventist, I believe? No, but it's true. This is factual, right? So your medical school doesn't really give you a textbook for that. So you begin to understand that medicine sits at an intersection of science, humanity, culture, faith, and society. And for me, going through medical school and what I'm still going through was part of my own change. So after medical school, I came into the real world of medicine now. There is no more running around in the corridors. You're now doing the work. I completed my internship at UBH, and then I went to the rural districts. I went to St. Anne's, Brunapeg. I don't know if you people have ever been to the rural areas. Do young children still go to the rural areas? The way your parents say no. When is the last time you guys went to a rural area? Let's have one meeting. Oh, you see it on TV, right? It's now called homesteading nowadays, right? So I moved on to Brunapeg, and let's have one meeting together. Let's be together. And that experience changed my understanding of healthcare. You think in town you have it bad, but go to the rural areas. In the rural areas, you start to appreciate what it means, what distance means, what it means not to have anything available, what it means someone coming to you telling you, $2 years. I haven't seen $1 in a long time and they need medication. What it means not to have resources. And when you work in a low resource setting like that, there's no textbook that's going to teach you that, okay, when you graduate, you're going to go to a hospital that doesn't have a lab, that doesn't have an X-ray department, that doesn't have enough staff. No one teaches you that. You get there and you find it. So when you get there, do you think you say, since it's not here, I'm now walking away. Does it work that way? What do you think? It doesn't work that way, right? So you have to reason now. You have to adapt to the situation that's there. You have to make clinical judgment based on the limited resources that you have. You have to actually start developing your mental strength more than ever, because a lot of mental health goes into you being a good doctor. Emotional intelligence also comes in as well, because in such places, you're dealing with cultural practices and norms as well, right? You think the limited equipment is bad enough. Wait until you get to a place where they'll tell you that, no, I was given this prayer water, it will heal me. You have to change people's mindsets. So meaning that as you think of medicine, you have to look at a person's whole life. Whole life, not just their biological being, but also their spiritual being, because it also adds a lot to managing them as well. Then one thing that shocked me the most was one day someone walks up to me, Doc, the pharmacy is empty. You need to order medicines. I'm like, empty? So who's supposed to do the ordering? They're like, it's you. And I was like, oh. Now I was in healthcare management. I was now the administrator. I had to make sure that the ambulance had fuel to transfer patients. I had to make sure I had medicines. I had to make sure that money was coming in. And I'm telling you, I'm working in a place where in a month we're making maximum 2,000 rand. What is 2,000 rand? In US dollars. $100, and so I'm telling you, our bank balance at the end of the month, we only had 2,000 rand. We haven't even done expenses. So as you hear my conversation, I'm speaking from clinical to administration. That is medicine. That's what it looks like. And from there, I think really it broadened me, because suddenly I also realized that I had to be able to provide care, not only clinical care, but also as a manager and as administrator within the settings I'm working in become very important. So when you do think about being a medical doctor, it just doesn't stop at the individual patient you're looking at. There's more that comes into it as well. And then there's something that you all like to talk about, those who watch the medical shows. There's specialties, right? There's the pediatrician. What other specialties do you know? There's what? Neurosurgeon, right? Yes, everyone loves being a neurosurgeon. Opening the brain is so amazing, yeah? What else? What other specialties have you heard of? Yeah? Huh? Cardiology, right? Those are usually the ones that they advertise to us a lot. And based on that, you can easily say now, I'm going to be a neurosurgeon. I'm going to be a cardiologist. But is that enough? It's not enough as well. So one thing I realize is that don't pressure yourself to decide your specialty, especially if you think of going into the healthcare industry. Take the time and do the research. You lose nothing from it because it's a lifetime commitment. It is not something that you do today and you stop. Neurosurgeon, I think on average, take about 14 years or so plus of medical school. Any specialty in medicine, you are guaranteed not less than 7 years, 10 years, right? Confirm? Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. So you really need to figure out exactly what you're going to do. And this also comes to you right now as you're in high school. You are deciding your subjects based as well on if you like the teacher or not. It's a proven fact. I don't know if there are educators in this room. If students like you, they will pass. If students don't like you, they're most likely to say, I don't like that subject, and just pass for the sake of passing. And most of them will be influenced about that teacher, that I want to do science, I want to be a doctor because this teacher was like that. Am I lying? It's true, right? There's a lot of influence as well. So that's why I keep saying, ask the questions, research, find out what makes sense. So I spoke a bit about public health. That's where I ended up being. And I moved away from being very clinical towards more public health and health program management because I was more interested in prevention. I mentioned the limited resource setting up. You know, it's interesting. It's money. Not even I'm saying people's lives. Money. Yeah, I don't blame you. I understand where you're coming from. So I'll just give you'll be surprised. Doctors' pay varies country to country. I'll not give any specifics, but I'll say that it ranges from $700 from one country, another country a month, another country they can go home with even 10,000. Other countries' annual income for a doctor can be 388,000 US dollars. Other country in a year. So I will not put specifics to the countries. I want you to research on that part. Because the moment I start naming the countries, I think there'll be an uphill. There'll be a lot of shock and dismay in this room. You still want to keep your thing. Another pro besides the money. So no one wants to help anyone. No one wants to help anyone.
I think also your family benefits in the sense that when you get sick, you just call Auntie Trudy. Auntie Trudy, what's happening? I'm feeling drowsy.
I think whoever spoke about networking, you need to come and retake this and don't include us there. We want our money. You spoke about money, we also want our money. But you know what? You really do get opportunities to change people's lives. And the change of people's lives is not always about the medicine. There's a lot of interaction that happens in those consulting rooms that a person can actually leave feeling much better. You can actually find yourself stopping someone from suicide without even knowing, because mental health is real. Sometimes when people come into our doctor's rooms, it's not because there's a particular problem. At times they just want to be heard by someone. So you have that opportunity. And your career can evolve throughout your lifetime. Like I said, medicine keeps evolving. So there's been a phrase that has been used, constant learning, throughout today, I think from all the speakers. Same thing with medicine. There's so much changes that are happening all the time that you can enjoy that life where you're always learning something. Today, you're told treatment A works. We go into research. We work with the pharmaceutical companies, with the academias, and you realize that, no, there's a newer and better effective treatment B, and we do that. So if you're thinking of going into medicine and thinking that I'm just going to study for 6 years or 5 years, then I'm done, I'm throwing away the textbooks, I'm not going to be my Maybach, making my money, clocking it, it doesn't happen that way. You have to constantly keep learning. And another thing about medicine, that's not something we don't talk. We're now living in a global village. Not everyone traditionally is going to the local universities anymore. We are all going out there, which is great. It is good to go out. It is good to learn. It is good to bring in new things. But remember, there are regulations. I think one of our earlier speakers spoke about medicine being one of those professions that are regulated. We have board exams that you need to take if you go out of the country. even if you are working within Zimbabwe and you want to go out of the country, you have board exams as well to write. You can't wake up and say, today I want to be a doctor in South Africa and go. It doesn't happen that way. You have board exams to take there. You studied outside Zimbabwe, you want to come back into Zimbabwe, there are board exams as well to take. So when you consider your careers, don't think of the first year that I've just been enrolled. As you're planning right now with your families, think about what happens when I graduate. Where am I going? Don't think about that the day after you have gotten your beautiful. I think people make a lot of money during graduation season because the Brazilians and the makeup and the tailor suits I'm seeing out there, they're a lot. Then after that, then what happens? So as we plan for our careers, start from day one as you step foot into varsity. What happens after 5, 4 years or 3 years or whatever I'm doing? Where am I going? So plan from there. So another thing as well is lifestyle. Lifestyle in medicine can be stressful depending on the specialty you've gone to. There's some that you're hardly ever at home. You're going to be missing out on a lot of family events as well. Weddings, funerals, a lot of things can happen there as well because we have got calls, we are working 24 hours, 36 hours on call. And you are helping and assisting people. And remember, if you're in a low resource setting, it can take a toll on your mental health. You don't have adequate things, you don't have adequate stuff, you get stressed and depressed as well. So it means that you have to deal with death a lot. That's another con we never talk about. People die. I think at times people find us doctors and nurses and most people in the profession insensitive, but we're not insensitive. I think it's more of that we've become numb. Because you see too much of something, after a while it's no longer, it's now part of the life that we know. And then you also need to learn to make difficult decisions even when you're tired because someone's life depends on it. So as you think about this career, you have to be someone who's able to adapt. You have to be someone who's able to think on their feet very fast. You have to be someone who's also resourceful considering where you're working. So this comes to the most important thing is, what kind of life do you want as you decide these careers? We never really talk. I'm happy your generation, immediately you think about money. At least we know the kind of people you are. Tinabanya, growing up, I want to save the world. Even if I earn 2 cents, it's okay. But this generation is not about that. It's really no longer about what do I want to become, but it's the kind of life I want to live. And I think you are asking the right questions. Do I want a career where I'm always on call? Do I want a career where I rarely see my family? Do I want a career where I'm always high pressured all the time? Do I want to work with patients all the time? Do I want the research? Do I want to work internationally? Those are very important questions for you to ask. So, my advice to you, first expose yourself, especially if you're thinking of a medical career. Really expose yourself, ask the questions, don't use television, Chicago Med and all that as a basis. Go see the real thing. I think in this institution, in this church as well, we have a lot of medical doctors, we have a lot of people in the healthcare field. Shadow one of them. Ask them, can I come and see what you do? Obviously, there are regulations and ways to get it there, they can assist you with that. And then, second, find mentors. How many of us young people have got mentors right now? Hands up high. I'm glad to see. 30 females, what's happening?
I think it's more of an addition, right? I think with AI, when it comes to medical health, it's becoming very dangerous. Now, the other day, I had an injury about 5 years ago and I got stitches, right? And I was combing my hair out and I felt a bump. I forgot that I had that. I asked ChatGPT, I was told I have a tumor in my head, and they asked me to measure it. And it was 3 centimeters, I was told 3 days. I panicked. And I didn't tell anyone. 3 days passed, 6 days. Then I remembered, oh, I have stitches. So I think AI, we just need to be more easy to go to hospital and meet an actual doctor than to just rush to ChatGPT.
That's very true, Dr. Google. You know, the moment you just say you're a mom, I already knew we had a tumor. Exactly. That's why you always tell you about anything. But you do raise something very important. And the reason why you find more people going to Dr. Google and ChatGPT for medical reasons is because, number one, healthcare is expensive. That's a fact. And some people are actually doing it because they fear that I have to pay $20, so sometimes they think of that first. Not because they want to see the doctor, but because it's just fear that I cannot afford it. And it's unfortunate, it takes them down, a path that doesn't work. Two, another thing that's also unfortunate is that people are losing trust in the medical system as well. We find people now thinking that Papa works better, Papa's water is much better, and they're making more money as well out there. So there's a lot that we need to consider as well when it comes to medicine. And I know that with AI, there's a lot of regulation that's coming out. This is why right now, even if you try to get medical assistance on Google, on ChatGPT, they are immediately to stop to inform you that, listen, I'm not a doctor. You need to go to get medical services because people are good for that. So, as a medical fraternity, as a health system in society, we all need to work together, even with our communities, to remind people the importance of why medicine is managed in a particular way. When you see people now trusting a chatbot for medical advice, the problem is us. Us in the health system, and we have to find ways of improving it as well.
You mentioned how this rigorous work when you have to pay to the doctor as well as once you have to late night. So how much
So burnout in medicine is a very real thing. We have lost a lot of young people as well, not only in Zimbabwe but across, because of the burnout and the mental strain that's there. It's very rigorous. I think one thing that worked for me was that I had a community of people around me. I had people that I could interact with. My peers as well, that if something's not okay, I could talk to my peers. I had my parents. My parents were really people that I'll call. I don't know how many times I went to medical school. And every time she'd be like, oh, you don't school anymore. Oh, I think that semester. I'm going back. Oh, okay. They allowed me to cry about it. So if you are going through this journey, it's good to have people that support you. But I also think you also need to be honest with yourself when things are not okay. I think a word was used earlier on, sacred therapy. That word puts a lot of strain on a lot of young people. High school and university is two different worlds. High school, you're like sheep that are heard that. There's a bell. Time to do this, time to do that. Varsity is different. Your social life changes, you get there, he's come with a big bag, you are still a payday. That's stressful. You've got medical exams to write, but he's got an extra tutor, you don't have one. He's got a girlfriend, you don't have one. I'm being honest. I'm being honest because we need to understand that varsity years changes a lot. It's no longer just about the education part. Everything else comes in. I think the parents, the elders, and his father, some of them make their spouses there. So imagine dragging their spouse and girlfriend to their man and just go to Uzi. So support your community is what you need. Make sure you've got your parents and relatives and don't forget prayer. Pray works with the support community. Seems like as if I'm the one who's moving up and down. Okay. I'll stop. I will not respond to you because the moment I respond to you, I'll open a Pandora's box that everyone's going to want to ask me about a specific disease. Talk outside. Ask me anything else besides a specific disease, guys.
Okay, this is like something I heard from a friend of mine. There was this myth, I don't know if it's a myth or not, right? So, they say that if you do extra lessons, A level, you can't do medicine. What basis is that? No, let's not use that. No, it's not that. Not at all. Everyone knows what the old is. You could have extra lessons because probably your teacher was not available all the time. Something happened. You're trying to catch up with the syllabus. There's nothing wrong to get additional help. You do not feel guilty at all for having someone who's willing to come tutor you again after school. There's nothing wrong. It doesn't determine your future. If you don't have a whole 20 extra lesson teachers, it's okay, go ahead. It doesn't mean anything. Okay. I think I can stop here, right? So anything else? I'll be outside if you have any other questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a long day, right? Yeah, so I don't want to be the one who stands in front of your whatever exciting thing that you have to do after the start. I'm going to take a bit of your time just to talk about my career and the work that I do at the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. So here's the question. Start with the question. What do you know? Do you guys know the trade? You guys have been to the trade before? Do you actually know that there are people who organize the trade? Right? Okay, so, and you also, I know there's a rumor that goes around the country. This is not like a live, it's a national rumor, that after the trade fair, the company closes. Have you ever heard that rumor? I met a very powerful man this one day at the airport. He's like, oh, Tando, congratulations. I saw you're now working at the trade fair. I'm like, yes, I'm working at the trade fair. He's like, yeah, but you guys only work once a year. Because I respected him a lot, I just kept quiet. So there's actually a company. It's a company that's into, it's a leading international exhibitions organized in the country. They are mandated by the government of Zimbabwe to organize international exhibitions. And I work there as the marketing and corporate communications. So essentially my role is to make sure that you know that the company exists and that our events exist, that our events are exciting, and you should come and participate in our events as exhibitors or visitors. So it's quite an interesting job. The money is good. Some of you obviously want to know about the money, right? The money is good. The working hours are terrible, right? The work stops when you sleep. Okay, so just know that the work stops when you sleep. There's a lot of travel, so if you like travel, that could be a good space for you. Travel locally and around the world. What else? Meet a lot of people. Some of them are very important, so if you like to hang around important people like politicians, etc., that's the job. You know? Yeah, so basically, it's quite an exciting job to have as a director of company. Before that, I was at an organization called Internews, and I was into health communication. It was an international organization focused on helping people appreciate more about health. Right? And then before that, I was a lecturer at NAST, teaching journalism students with a focus on public relations. And after that, I worked in the media space as a editor, sports writer, journalist, etc., etc. So my career has evolved over 20 years. From the time I thought that I was a journalist, or from the time I was working as a journalist, to the time where I'm now a manager in a corporate space. And how did I get here? It has been a navigation between appreciating my strengths, understanding problems that I can solve with my strengths, and finding where I can make the most money. So for me, that is how I've been navigating my career. And I'll give you an example. So I'm a creative person. So if I look at my skill set, I'm good in writing, I'm good in speaking, I'm good in singing, I'm good in drawing, anything that's to do with creativity, I can design. Right? So very early on whilst I was doing journalism, I sat down and said, okay, so what's going to happen? Where am I going with this? And because I was an Adventist, I was active in church. I used to sing, in the early 2000s, when I was just singing. And then I said, okay, so since I'm good at singing, can I really make a career out of this? And I realized that no, I'm popular, but I don't have what? Money. So I crossed out singing. And then I was left with writing and teaching. And when I was doing journalism, I was one of the best writers in class. And naturally, I then ended up, my first job was as a writer. But 2008, 2007, 2008, 2009 came up with some interesting shifts in the world. Facebook came, then TikTok, all these social media things. They altered the journalism industry to the extent that today people find it difficult to make money from journalism. And right around that time, I found myself moving from working as a journalist to working as an academic. And that's when I used my teaching talent. Right? So this is how I knew that I was good at teaching. So I was good at teaching in church. The Sabbath school lesson. So, but I couldn't make money from teaching the Sabbath lesson. So I had to find where I can teach people. And I ended up teaching at a university. Alright? Then, whilst I was negotiating with your faith, because I've always been faith-driven. I believe that your career should be determined by where God wants you to be at a particular time. And through reflection, through studying scripture, spiritual prophecy, I realized that no, you know what? God cannot find me as a teacher. It will not work. No, we don't read the Bible. Parable of the talents and God. And I read the parable of the talents, and I realized that if Jesus came and found me working as a lecturer, I would have a difficult time justifying it. Because I gave you these talents, and then what did you do with them? I'll be like that guy with one talent who hit his talent. That's what I felt. So it doesn't have to be you, but that's how I felt. And I started on a journey of moving away from academia. And one of the things that I did, and I'm going to say this to some people, as you build your career, you realize that your career is not going to be shaped by the degree that you do, but your career will be shaped by what you do with the degree, what you do with the qualification. You may work in different industries, you may do different types of jobs because of your qualification. But ultimately, you need to be reimagining who you are and what you can do in terms of solving problems in society. So I decided, I need to move away from teaching, and now I'm doing marketing and corporate communication. And one of the things that helped me to get there is volunteering. So you need, someone earlier spoke about building experience, right? You need to build experience. And some of the experience you're going to build through volunteering. At church, right? The bulk of the communication work that I've done has been in church. I've done it as a church member, I've done it as a consultant, and it built my experience. So you also need to find those things that you can do that build your experience as you change your career path. So I did a lot of volunteering, and I ended up one day, like, this is the way to you heard about that? For me, and opportunity and preparation met, and what I was doing as a volunteer transited into what I was doing full time in a very good pay. And cut a long story short, this is where I am today at the ZRHF company. Now, the ZRHF company does a lot of things. I'm now wrapping up so that you're okay. Now, a lot of people don't know that we do a lot of things. We know about the trade fair that is held in April, but we also have the Livestock Conference that's held in March. This is a platform for farmers, people in the livestock value chain. So if you are into that space, you can come and join us in March at the ZRHF grounds there. Then we have the ZRHF show in April. Then we also have Mine Entra, which is a mining, engineering, and transport exhibition that's held, this year we held it in July.
Human resources, I do safety, health and environment issues, I do corporate social responsibility, and I am also a legal advisor for my company. I'm not a registered lawyer, but I am a law graduate, so two things are different. So I am on the verge of becoming one of the people who are in the protected professions, like the doctors and the accountants. Okay. Right, so what we want to talk about now is entrepreneurship. And just in the interest of time and before we talk about some of the things yesterday, I'm just going to give you 5 points only for today. Just 5 points, okay? The starting point is when you want to be an entrepreneur, the first thing that you have to do is to seek opportunity. That's the first thing. Okay? First thing, if you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to seek opportunities. Alright? Entrepreneurs, wherever one sees a problem, an entrepreneur is the one person that they ask, and the question is, how can I solve this problem? Okay. When someone says there's a what? There's a problem. If you're an entrepreneur, you come in and ask the question to say, how can this problem be solved? Can it be turned into something useful? What service or product can I create? Can I develop something to be better? Those are questions that an entrepreneur asks. And that then gives you an idea of what you can do in the business space or in the entrepreneurship space. Are we together, young people? I'm saying young people because they're the bulk of people who are here. Okay, are you listening? Yes, because entrepreneurship doesn't have an age. You don't need to be old like me to start a business. Okay? You can start even at your age today. Okay. Where do you look around for opportunities? Someone asked a question earlier to say, to say, when someone asks you a question to say, I want to start a business, but I don't know what to do, can you tell them what they can do? I get the answer to say, that could be a correct answer to say yes. How can you do that? You talk to mentors, you talk to coaches, you talk to consultants, but on your own, look around. In the agricultural sector, for example, ask yourself what problems are there in the agricultural sector. Okay? In the transport sector, ask yourself what problems are there in the transport sector. In the education sector, as all where you are, ask yourself what gaps am I seeing in the education sector. Okay? If I have to ask a question, wherever you are learning, are there no gaps that you are seeing? Are there no gaps? That's cool. Everything is flowing.
means there are gaps there. So that's the starting point. In the food industry, ask yourself again, what are the gaps which are there? Technology, waste management, a lot of things. So when you identify those gaps, it then leads you to the point to say, if I have to start a business, I have to close these gaps that I identified. You can't be an entrepreneur when you are not solving any problem. You must solve the problem. Okay, point number 2 is, start with what you have. Do you need $1 billion to start a business? No. You don't need $1 billion to start a business. You start with what you have. A lot of people will tell you that I don't have money to start a business. But remember, most successful enterprises began with very little. Even in the Bible, if you go to the book of Zechariah 4, verse 10, it says, do not despise small beginnings. Are we together? Do not despise what? Small beginnings. So start small, start where you are. You may not have a large building or expensive equipment, you don't have employees, you don't have capital. The question is, what do you have? Because obviously there is something that you have. For example, you may have some skills, you may have knowledge, you may have resources, you may have anything. So whatever you have, you use that to start a business. Point number 3. Excellence is one of your competitive advantages. If you were there yesterday, you defined what excellence is. The someone was yesterday? Okay, we say excellence. I remember I defined it, it isn't there. I said excellence in which, and what does that mean? It means that when you are in school, you must study with excellence. Okay? It means that when you are working, you must work with excellence. It means that whatever you find it, your hands find it to do it to the best of your what? Of your ability. Okay? Because if you want to start a business, but you want to go you don't have to go all out and give people the best product, the best service, and that, your business will not grow. So use excellence as your competitive advantage. Okay? Right. Proverbs 22 verse 29 says, do you see someone skilled in their work? They will serve before kings. Okay? What does this verse say? The verse is saying to us, if you work diligently and with excellence, the kings will notice you. You will sit before the presidents. You will sit around the table with the president of the country. Because whatever you are doing gets noticed. Because there is excellence in what you are doing. So that's point number 3. Point number 4. Entrepreneurship requires action and discipline. Okay? It requires what? Excellence and discipline. Alright. James 2 verse 17 says, faith by itself, if it is not accompanied by action, is what? Dead. You may have faith that moves mountains. But if there is no action, the faith is what? It is dead. So this means, if you have an idea of starting a business, an idea on its own does not help you unless it is put into action. Are we together? That's what we are saying there. Discipline is very important. Before you start a business, you must research, you must have a plan, you must test the idea, you must start, you must learn, you must adjust, you must try again. If you fall today, wake up and try again. Okay, that's entrepreneurship. It's not a nice path, it's not an easy one, but eventually you get to where you want to get to. Point number 5, understand money. Okay, why do people start businesses? To make money. That's a simple definition, simple reason. I remember when I was doing an entrepreneurship module at varsity, there was a question. There was a statement which says the goal of every profit, the goal money now and in the future. That's the objective. You start a business because you want to make what? You want to make money. So it's important that you have got that discipline of managing money. You must understand what money is. You must understand what costs are. You must understand what revenue is. You must understand what saving is. You must understand what investing is. So that you don't eat all your money. When you get money, you must be able to plow it back into the what? Back into the business. Okay? So those are the 5 points that I wanted to give you. And above all, we need to learn to keep proper records. Okay? Let's go back to the start. What did you say point number 1 is? First point, what did you say it is? Recognize opportunities. Okay? Number 2. Let's go. Number 2. Just give me 5 points. Don't. Start with what you have. Number 3. Excellency is a competitive advantage. Number 4. Action and discipline. And the last one, what you say? Sorry? Understanding what? Understanding money. So if you do all these things, you will understand that you are here in this world as stewards of God's resources. Okay? And growth in a business requires stewardship. And God is the one who gave us opportunities and the ability to do something. And our responsibility as Adventists or as young entrepreneurs is to manage all these resources wisely. Okay? Once you master all these 5 points, then you will notice that it is easy to start a business. The first point, which will always be the first, is identify opportunities and then you have. Okay? Right, in brief, that's what I have. When you're the last person to present, a couple of times you're presenting people all over here. So that's why I came just with 5 points. Any questions or contributions?
We did help young now and entrepreneurs and show it benefits.
Okay, did you get the question? Maybe give up, say the question again.
There's been an establishment of the entrepreneurship exchange. I'm wondering whether that would really assist young entrepreneurs in building their businesses. Maybe help with problems that they have or can do the same. I wanted to get a check on it.
Okay, there is a question. Anyone can take it?
Yes, I can hear you. But from experience, entrepreneurs are born. Entrepreneurs are very difficult. Entrepreneurs see opportunities where others don't. So you don't have to wait for someone to show you the opportunity to shine. So it's your own skill, your own knowledge
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Nue. Someone else?
Okay, so with the new exchange that's coming in, We've got the traditional stock exchange that's been there for those private companies that are big enough. This one for entrepreneurship is the smaller one for SMEs. It will assist, especially in the financing part, where traditionally the entrepreneur has always had to approach banks or financial institutions for loans and stuff. With the CX, they'll then have to just try this way and raise funds.
Okay, thank you. Greg? So after you, you will comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to also kind of push the agenda of the exchange that was being mentioned. Yesterday there was a lot of talking about connections and the like. I would like to believe that the exchange basically protects both the investor and also the entrepreneur against the investor. So the idea, from my understanding as well, from what I've heard, is that it's an attempt to bring the barrier of entry lower for the SMEs, hence the exchange. So I would encourage SMEs to actually go and investigate on how they can be involved in that. So you are basically putting yourself out there to say, I have got this business and I need this amount of money, and then legitimate investors can come and then invest in your business.
Thank you very much. You can give your comment, madam.
Mine is not in connection with the SMA, but it has sparked a thought. It's like the idea behind this is to say, let's help those who are starting up. Let's give them a footing. Let's give them like a step to take them higher. Let's make it conducive for them to begin. And I'm actually thinking, parents at home, can we help our children? Maybe, for example, growing up, I don't know if it's still feasible. Growing up, we used to buy a packet of sweet. We go and sell them at school. I remember we would sell those sweets. We take profit, go and buy packets. Next time I bought 2 packets, and then I need to buy myself some things that I need. For this, it might be complicated because for this, they cannot get everything they need. For some of us, you would go to Umdala and say you need a shoe for school, and they will tell you about money. So you have to find a way on how you are going to raise that money. You buy a sweet, go and sell them. You have a garden at home, parents. Would it be bad for you to say to your child, here is a portion, put your veggies here. Remember, at home we buy tomatoes, we buy onions, we buy cabbage, but if you are going to produce these things, we will buy them from you. And you will use that money to buy whatever you need for yourself. But at the same time, you are training the child to understand mathematics. You are training the child to understand communication. You are training the child to understand a lot of subjects are contained in those smaller languages. And you are helping them decide, make thoughts, you know, I think I can go into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know, it's a question, but is it not possible with parents to do some of these things for your children?
Parents here present, I guess what you are raising, thank you for the question, my brother. I think the answer that the contribution that we given aside for everyone. What you are saying about us growing up back then is very true. Circumstances are different. We don't do that for the little ones today. Maybe because we actually provide them. You are right to say that during our time, my wife knows my story. When I grew up, I was playing engage and you know, it was then when engage was still I was rather as congested as Tuesday. I do remember that on a lot of days, every school was started with you. Sinele umpita. which is taken from the people selling Mbita. So that the following day we can take that Mbita and sell door by door as it is now. You know? It was very bad. It wasn't even, it didn't even look like I was doing trouble. It was quite fun because I was still it was something nice. I still do remember again that when I was going to school, you know, when I'm coming back home from school, I was in Geta, then into my high school, walking all the way there and back. After that, I go home, have my lunch. I will go to the street, I say my mom was saying to go to the street, you know, because she was saying the whole day. When I am coming from school, you have to do what to go and do some housework. You know, so it doesn't happen these days, but it doesn't mean that there is nothing that can teach our young ones. The fact that they are all here and they are still sitting in this room, it means they have got an interest in understanding and learning what we have to teach them. Okay? And they've got their own ways of making money. Ours is to keep inculcating in them this entrepreneurial mind, to say they must learn at this age to start making money for themselves and not depend on the parents. Okay, one last contribution, then I sit down. Okay, there's no hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bill and
Good afternoon. I'll try to be very fast. I was not supposed to be the last speaker. I do not know how that happened, but it tends to throw things off a little bit. I'm supposed to speak about vocational training. How many of you know what that is? From the young ones? Vocational training, vocational programs. Nothing. Zero. So maybe I think that the director did very well by making sure that this program is here. Vocational training is that kind of training on the job for skills that you will gain using your hands. And who can give me an example of such skills? I'll try to make it as interactive as possible. Yes. Cutting hair, being a barber. All right, that's good. Anyone else? Plumbing, yes. Well done. Anyone else? I do know that. Who wants to be a barber? Yeah? You want to be a barber? Okay, that's good. Who wants to be a motor mechanic? Quite a number of people. Who wants to be an electrician? An electrician? Okay, that's good. Although I'm sure you go the conventional route of doing your electrical engineering degree and stuff like that. Who wants to be a bricklayer? Yeah, those are the kind of things that I want to talk about today. Let me share some statistics with you as I begin this. I'll try to, like I said, I'll try to make it very quick. Zimbabwe's informal sector is massive. It's 80% of our economy. Did you know that? One of our speakers said, well, it was actually Keith Haywood. He said you better listen to the entrepreneurship discussion because not all of us are going to get jobs. And this statistic is testimony of that. 80% of people are in the informal sector. But informal sector also employs people in an informal way. I want to take you to another statistic. America, United States of America. How many percent do you think their economy is informal? I got this inspiration from Kubaba Lapana when I was speaking. I appreciate it. We are 80% informalized. How much do you think America is informalized? 20%? 44%? Interesting. 60%? 60%? Huh? It's 3 to 7%. 3 to 7%. Why am I bringing this up? Most of the programs that we talk about today, most of them, they put us in a program where we will be sending our CVs somewhere to be employed, right? That will work in America. Not here. Here we will have to find a way. I'm not saying, sell airtime, all of you, stuff like that, but it is important for us to understand what the vocational training aspect has to offer for us. I grew up in a family of, I was raised by my grandmother. She worked with her hands. She was very good at making dresses. How much is those jerseys, eh? They will have this also. Buy those, what do they call them? E-wool. And the design had to come from there. At school, they'll say, wow, we want to speak to your mother, we want this jersey. How much will she charge for it? And I'll be warm, it will be beautiful. And they'll sell it. We used to get our fees paid from those kind of fees. My mother used to go to the club, where they would teach them how to do ramatway. Most of you don't know all that stuff. Yeah, of course it has changed, it has evolved, but growing up, you would textile your furniture at home with those things. You will cover your sofas with those things and stuff like that. So they were taught how to use their hands. So that whenever, she was a teacher by the way, back then teachers were earning good money, proper money, not proper money. But still, she would be able to get nice things because she would use her hands to do these other things. So it's very important. Fast forward to now, when you build your house, I remember one time this builder said to me, I have to stop here because I have to wait for the plumber. I said, what does the plumber have to do? He said, I can't proceed from this footing without the plumber coming through. Then I had to look for the plumber and I got the shock of my life. How much the plumber charged me for laying those pipes for me, the design and where the septic tank is going to go, the piping, your showers, your tubs, whatever it is. You think it's small things. From there, he then took me to the kitchen and said, you want to put gas? Plumbers are the ones that do gas, if you didn't know. This is how I'm going to design your gas setup, blah, blah, blah. Now you come to my house, you can't even see where the pipes are. I just have my gas tanks over there, my stores. I'm talking about practical things. Practical things. You think, that's why people laugh when I say, who wants to be a plumber? But those guys drive the nicest cars. They may not drive them all the time because the nature of their job does not require them to show up in the Mercedes-Benz. But trust me, they can afford it. So someone spoke about money. You want to make money without waiting for it to come after 30 days. It can come anytime. I had a friend of mine. I used to take my car to him. He would charge me $100 to do basic service. I'll bring my own parts and stuff. If I take the car to Julie's or to Coco Motors or whatever, I'll pay about $450, $500. You got a nice car, you pay $700, $500. He would do it for me for $100. Young men, it's very important. It's simple, by the way. A change in oil, a change in fuel filters, a changing air filters, checking for brake pads, the level that they are at, and not just checking. We make a recommendation, change that, 900 fast. 3 hours are done. Vocational training will help you learn that skill. And you'll be able to put that skill into practice and make money easily and quicker. Someone wants to monetize cooking. You can do vocational training and do culinary arts. Who knows what culinary arts are? Exactly. They will teach you how to not just cook, because cooking is an art. They will teach you how to present the food in a very, very appetizing manner. It's a skill. When you now cook at home, unfortunately most people have left, but entrepreneurship and what I'm talking about now was actually very important for young people to understand. Anything can be monetized. When your mother says to you, wake up in the morning, 5 a.m., do your chores, whatever it is, before you go to school or before you go to your lessons and stuff, they are trying to prepare you for that world. Where you can just say, okay, mom wants me to cook with this evening dinner. It can't just be boring food. It has to be exciting. It has to be appetizing. It has to be presentable. You can learn that skill. Both ladies and gents, that can happen. And there's a lot I can talk about, even the skills of graphic designing. You can learn that in vocational training schools. Don't limit vocational training to only to when you have failed O levels. And to say, that is, nah. Because those people that work on your plumbing or that do your electrical installations and stuff, they do it in a way that even after 50 years, you don't have a problem with those connections. So they are not, yesterday someone said, don't see people like that. There's no one who's down. They do it with excellence. The Jesus says, whatever thy hand findeth to do, do it with all thy might. Be the best at that thing. So that when people are asking themselves in Bulawayo here, who can do this for me? Your name comes up. I've used one plumber for a very long time because I trust what he does. Whenever I have a problem or whenever my friends have a problem, I'll recommend him. He's expensive, but you know that there are no carpets. And he'll give you the best advice. I also try to have one electrician. When we were growing up, there was no such thing as solar installations because our power supply was very reliable. Now you see people making very handsome living doing solar installations. Those are skills that you guys can learn easily. So that if lawyering doesn't work, if doctoring doesn't work, or if teaching is not enough, you will have a passion for it, yes. 7 a.m. you're in class, 12 p.m. you're done. You don't know what to do between 1 and 6 p.m. You've got a skill that you can use to earn extra money. Still do your passion that you enjoy, but you have a skill. Money is the driving force for a lot of things that, whether we like it or not, the young man was telling the truth. Money drives everything. For me to choose a career, I have to first find out how much does this thing pay. But if I say to myself, I'm passionate about marketing, but I want to take my family on holiday, I have to supplement with something. A skill that comes in handy. I know a lot of people who fix computers on the side. Not the programming things, but being computer, what do you call it? Technicians, is it? When a computer is misbehaving, or when a TV is misbehaving, or anything electronic is misbehaving, those guys have learned the skill to fix that. I know people who do carpentry. We're looking at these magnificent pieces of furniture. Someone went to a vocational training program to learn carpentry and make such beautiful, long-lasting furniture. You just come there with your paycheck from your job and you spend money on. He's happy. That could be you. It could have been me, but I didn't like it. But you won't believe this. I did motor mechanics. Yeah, you won't believe it. I had a mother who was, you can't sit at home, my friend. Your hands need to work. So after O level, before our results came, Polytech, basic motor mechanics, advanced motor mechanics. I even did fitting and turning with these hands. I have a certificate that entitles me to professional privileges. That's what the certificate says. I could have chosen a life in fitting and turning, boiler making or whatever it's called. I've got the certificate, of course, maybe now it's too much, 27 years or so. But I hadn't. I'm trying to encourage you guys to have backup plans. Yesterday, someone mentioned something about wanting to be a football player. A lot of those football players, when football ends, and these days it ends very early, 33, 32, 33 years old, they don't want to buy you anymore if you're an international player. Most of those guys default back to a skill that they learned when they were young. Some of them are farmers. Have you ever seen David Beckham's farm? He rears chickens. Yeah, you're shocked, eh? He rears chickens. David Beckham. Millions of dollars worth, but he's got a farm that him and his wife now spend most of their time on that farm. Others are chefs. They've got the money to open restaurants fine, but they are the ones that are cooking behind the scenes. So they are A-listed friends. But I'm trying to say they have a skill. You just want to kick a ball and you don't invest in a skill, then there will be a problem in the future. And so try to think about vocational training as something that is important for you to have. Sometimes you may actually put that skill in the job that you've been employed with and become exceptional. Be better than the other that who don't have the skill. How did you know how to do this? I didn't know how to bring up. I didn't know anyone would do this. We used to outsource this thing and pay consultants a lot of money to come in. But when you are there, you know, this I can do for you. No problem. Those are the kind of things that we're talking about. Refrigerator fixing. We grew up seeing a lot of people learning about refrigerators, air conditioning, all that stuff. It's simple things that we can think of. You spoke about look for a problem to fix. We have a lot of problems in our homes, a lot of problems in our communities, in our societies. Just identify what do people pay money for. I can learn that skill. Next time you're paying me. Think about it like that. And I'm sure life will be very, very good for you. I want to end here. And I had a lot to say, but I'll end here. So I don't know if there are any questions. I can see one here.
I was I was actually taking a break when they were saying that they do not put numbers. I will just be listening to something. The last concert, these friends, they were 6 of them, CBC. So when they finished their event, this other guys went to the university in South Africa. I think it's something. So this is the explanation is my son was like, I knew this is what I did. We went to the conversation in this now it's employed, he changed company plans. Those guys, when they are here, he says they are now worrying him as a woman. So you should use your hands. He's telling me that at one stage when he was coming from jail, he was in a job. People were complaining because they are carrying was saying no salary, but now we charge high.
Thank you, Elder, for the presentation. Mine is also a contribution in addition to say our young people, when we have these skills, also dream bigger. You can do solar installations for the house. Maybe come together and start a solar electricity generator. Start a company now. And the fastest lawyers will be there to help you. Will be very, very glad to assist you with paperwork, registration. And also the other thing is, let's think that you are not kind to delay for diesel cars. Diesel cars are coming to the end. Anticipate this. Look into being electric EV in mechanic. When you work ahead like that, you already know these things come. Already the people in Harare, EVs now there. You will be first. And the first always is advantage.
Dream big. One thing that I forgot to mention, 90% of vocational training students or vocational training graduates are entrepreneurs. So when you're speaking about entrepreneurship, imagine yourself with better skill to do carpentry. You know where to buy the timber, you know what to make. How many people need tables? How many people need chairs? How many schools are opening up where you can say to them, I can make chairs for you for all your classrooms. That's what people do. So it's very important, and I like what he says, scale up. Always think about scaling up. Come together, open that garage. You now know how to do basic motor servicing. Open your own garage as a group. And cars will start to trickle in. And guess what? You'll get support from your networks. Through ASI, they will help you promote you, market you. You hire someone like me, I'll charge you, of course. I'll do a nice marketing campaign for you. Make sure that you are visible and known across the city, across Zimbabwe. People will bring their cars to you. You understand? I don't know if there's any other comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was our last presenter. It's been a long, fruitful day. My task is an easy one, to thank all the presenters who came. Mr. Kublani, thank you so much on the AI side. Mr. Nube on the entrepreneur side, thank you so much. Prop Software, thank you so much. For the knowledge that you imparted to the young people. Mr. Mapuma on the vocational training. Those skills are so important. Thank you so much, Dr. Trudy. I don't see, maybe she's still around on the medical side. Thank you so much for your time. I don't think I left anyone. Mr. Mkanda on the HR. Thank you so much for that, Tando. ZITF, thank you so much. And if you look, and obviously Mr. Haywood is a consultant. If you look, the bulk of our presenters as well, they come from Beacon of Hope. The resources are there. And it's high time we start utilizing them. Young people, you are not just coming here just to sing and that's it. Start talking to those people, everyone who's here, to have an impact in your life. But if you're just coming on Saturdays, just happy Sabbath and that's it, you will not gain a lot. As you have seen, those who are here,
your elders were presenting, your choir directors were presenting, but you are not talking much. So my encouragement is let's do that. And for our presenters who don't worship with us, thank you so much. For us, this is the beginning of something great. We are not stopping, we are not waiting for yet another education day where we have something like this. We'll make sure that such programs, we are deliberate on them to make sure that the challenges that we have currently, they are addressed. And as we part, please take note of this. I only have two things. Then I pray. Organizing committee, thank you so much to our Director for Education, Mrs. Kali, and the team. I know it wasn't easy. Yesterday, as I was going through YouTube, I'm here to listen to this person, but the topic was money obeys laws, not prayers. And it's true. Number two, after the statement, El Nino is coming, there's going to be drought in the next coming 2 years. What's our response on that? Is it for us to pray, or it's for us to look for solutions? Joseph prepared. Are we prepared? 7 years that were coming, he was deliberate in that. God has given us the brains to use. And it's high time we use those brains to come up with solutions. But most of the time, we just hide behind prayer and we don't do anything. The world is waiting upon us to come up with solutions. There are people who are going to be millionaires because of the drought. And the good thing is the technology is telling us that in the next, look at climate change and everything. What's our response on it? So it's high time we use our brains and research, and those solutions will give us money. Yes, I know some are not comfortable with the statement. It's okay, it's fine. But we can prove it. Go and sit home. All you do is to pray and not do anything. We'll see if we have money. We will not. So let's challenge ourselves to say the environment that we are in, it requires us to think. And when we present these things to God, we have done our part. Bless our efforts, because He gave us that. So it's a challenge. You young people, there is just a lot that you can do. But most of the time is we spend maybe on useless things. And we think we can pray, then things just turn around. That's not it. Forget about studying and reading, and we see if you pass that exam. And your only base is as long as I'm faithful in praying. No, God will not. So let's do that. Let's enjoy our week, and let's make sure that we are productive. It's a holiday. Most of you young people who are here are not going to school. Volunteer. Go and see the companies, and as a young person you can make mistakes, you get away with a lot of things. But when you are old, you no longer have that chance. So let's make sure we do that. Let us pray. Our Father who is in heaven, we would like to thank you, Lord, for this program that we had at Beacon of Hope, as we're looking at careers. The lessons that we have were transforming us, even us as adults. We have to rethink on some of the things. We don't know everything,
but we're also learning. Our burden, Father, is with the young people. Some of them, Lord, are not serious with their lives. Some of them have given up. Some of them, because of peer pressure, they are not doing much. They'll only realize it later when they are now at the bottom of the ladder that they are not doing anything. But Father, we commit them into your hands that please lead them. Guide them, Father, so that they can be successful. You brought us into this world, Lord, not to watch others doing well. You brought us for a reason. And at this time, Lord, we ask that we be the heads and not the tails. The issue of excellence has been the theme since yesterday and even today. Help us, Father, to shine mediocrity in all the things that we do. Help us, Father, to be shining examples in whatever that we choose to do. Be it in AI, be it in hospitals, whatever field, I know, Father, that anyone can succeed. And we know, Father, that if you guide us, we will not fail. And right now, as we dismiss, I pray that you may give us traveling mercies up until we get to our destinations. And I also pray, Father, for the presenters who took their time to come in here. Most of those people, when they come to such conferences, they charge and they earn a living because of such. But Father, when we asked them, we didn't have anything and they accepted. And because of the time that they spend, may you please, Father, bless them. Whatever resources that they use to come in here, may you triple, Father, that blessing. And bless, Father, the organizers, and bless the church, and bless the young people. In Jesus' name we do pray. Amen.
Okay.